Hello everyone, welcome to the RSA, the Royal Society for Arts, Manufacture and Commerce. Welcome to everybody who's watching us online today and to all of you here at RSA House. This is where world-leading ideas are turned into world-changing actions. We're all here today for the Fellows Festival. It's an annual celebration of everything that is great about the RSA. It's about connections. We want you to meet and learn from the other fellows here, and of course, our amazing collection of speakers. It's about conversations too, so as well as listening, we would love it if you would take part in some of the unique discussions. Those discussions are about people, place, and planet. And collaborations too, as well as the talks that are taking place here in the Great Room. There are workshops and activities today in every corner of the house. Now, I'm going to give you a running order for the day in just a moment, but first, please welcome the RSA CEO, Andy Haldane. Why don't you start, Andy, by telling us a little bit about last year, but also what you're most looking forward to today?
Well, thank you, Jules. Afternoon, everyone. Lovely to see you all. Isn't it lovely having the house full? And we can promise you a fantastic day. This is our second Fellows Festival, I think, as many of you probably know. Last year's was absolutely magnificent. And we all know the second act's often tricky, right? So think that difficult second album, you know. Think Rick Astley, how long it took him. Exactly who? There hasn't been a second album. That difficult second date. Wasn't just me, I don't think, but, you know. And of course, the verboten subject, that difficult second referendum we won't be talking about. A few groans in the audience. Well, listen, this will not be a difficult second act, I can promise you. We have lined up an unbelievable day, and the reason I know it won't be difficult is because we have put you, that is to say fellows, right at the centre, even more firmly at the centre of the day than even was the case last year. We have, as Jules mentioned, well, first of all, a fantastic co-host, by the way. So Jules, welcome Jules to the RSA, everyone.
Thank you.
Nice to have one proper professional on the stage. It ain't me. We have, as Jules mentioned, an unbelievable lineup of speakers on this stage, but actually strewn right across the house. So I'd encourage you all during the course of the day to visit as many of the rooms as possible, because in each and every one, I know there is a range of fantastic activities underway. And not just speaking. Not just speaking. This event is very much one around participation by all of us in the good work of the RSA. So today is a day for taking part, not for listening. And that really is the essence of what the RSA is all about. And on that, we're going to hear early on, first up, I think, Jules, one of the brightest stars in our fellowship, and you're going to introduce her, I think.
Yeah, I'll get on to Mya-Rose in a moment. You're going to be really excited to hear from her. She joins us live from her college room at Cambridge. But first, just a quick few words about the rest of the day. It's a packed programme. We've got world-leading experts, actually really honestly from around the globe. We finish this afternoon in San Francisco. They're going to be talking about education, about economics, and about the environment. There's a bookstall here today with many of the books from today's speakers. I've just got a couple there that I've been reading. I have to keep stealing back Not Too Late by Rebecca Solnit from my 16-year-old daughter. But I think it's written for that generation in particular. They're wonderful. They're here today if you want to buy copies of any of the books from our speakers. Besides the action here in the Great Room, the Durham Street Auditorium is going to be alive with debate too. Elsewhere in the house, there are fellows workshops covering the RSA's Design for Life mission, and a chance to see some of the artworks as well that you will know are featured in the RSA's journal. If you need any help today, you will see our volunteers wearing the beautiful brightly coloured teal t-shirts. Just ask somebody if you need any directions and they'll tell you where to head. Housekeeping lunch is available at 1:25 in the vaults. It's cooked by the amazing in-house team here. All of the ingredients are ethically sourced and produced. Don't forget, Culture Secretary Lucy Frazer will be joining Andy in this room at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And as I mentioned, Rebecca Solnit joins us live from her home in San Francisco to round the day off at 5:30. And then there are drinks in the vaults at 6 o'clock tonight. We want you to connect, to collaborate, I've mentioned, to chat with each other throughout the day. You can also do that on social media. You can use any social media platform. Please do use the hashtag RSA Fellows Festival. There's an innovation this year, which is the Fellows Platform Circle, which is the best way to get involved. Before all of that, though, as Andy mentioned, let's take some moment for some inspiration. Mya-Rose Craig is one of the RSA's amazing young fellows. She was only 11 years old when she first started blogging about birds. She's an internationally renowned environmentalist and campaigner. In her latest book, Birdgirl, Mya looks at how conservation organisations need to do better at talking about humans and wildlife together. She says this: every person has a voice, and every person can make the world a better place. We think there's no one better to inspire us and provoke us at the start of the Fellows Festival today. So live from Cambridge, via video link, please welcome Mya-Rose Craig.
Hello, hi. Thank you so much for having me today. It's a massive honour. And you're asking me what could go right. And I love that you're asking me that, because I feel like so often in the sphere of environmental campaigning, we're talking about what is going wrong. And so instead, to sort of understand what could go right, what we're already doing that is right, I think is incredibly important. And so for context, like you mentioned, I'm 21, I've been doing environmental campaigning for nearly 10 years now, which is a very long time. It's nearly half my lifetime. And I think for me, people very often ask me what keeps me going, and it is hope. I know so many other young environmental activists and campaigners, and there's a whole spectrum of emotions that people use as motivation. They talk about anger or hopelessness or desperation. But I think for me, having hope and seeing, the potential for there to be a better world is incredibly important. And I think actually in a world where things can feel very dire sometimes, I think especially with the internet, it feels slightly like everything's going wrong simultaneously. I think having hope is incredibly radical, and so I really stick with that. I also feel that activism is a form of storytelling. It's almost like an art in and of itself, because really what we're trying to do is help people to understand the issues that we are experiencing as a planet, as a society. Like I was born in 2002, and so for me, one of the most frustrating things about environmentalism has always been it's an issue that could have been solved before I was even born. And so, the fact that I have dedicated half my life to this, I think is very telling. And I think in some ways it's very upsetting. In some ways it's very exciting that we do technically have the technology and the understanding and the knowledge to solve these issues. And so the thing that we need, the singular thing that we need really, is political will. And we get that by convincing people and by helping them understand the core of what these issues are, what we're really talking about. I think so often we talk about environmental issues as sort of these distant things in the future that will impact someone at some point, when in reality, it's impacting people now. For me, I became engaged with environmental campaigning because my family is from Bangladesh, and that is a country that is severely impacted by climate change already. But even in the UK, these terrible heat waves that we've been experiencing the past few years that are devastating the countryside, where I live in the southwest near Bristol, the terrible flooding that we're experiencing basically every year, climate change is here. And so I think actually exploring ways in which the arts and communications can link in with environmentalism is so important. And I think that is one thing that the younger generations have been fantastic at. So I think, I guess to answer the question, what are we doing right? What gives me hope? I think it is young people and the hundreds and hundreds of amazing, inspiring, passionate people that I have met over the years who are dedicating themselves to trying to make this planet a better place. And I think when you meet so many people who care so deeply and are trying so hard, you can't help but think to yourself, you know, how could we not succeed? And so I think what the thing that we're doing right more than anything else, more than you know, all of these amazing developments that we're making, is the fact that we have this younger generation who is working towards something better. And I think when I look to the future, that's what makes me feel hopeful, that we can build back this better world. But thank you.
Mya-Rose Craig, what a brilliant way to kick off the day. And I promise you, we're not just going to leave it to your generation. We all have to be a part of this. And the message of hope and storytelling, having started reading some of the books and researching some of the speakers today, that is going to come through again and again, I think, through the speakers today. You've got some choices now. You can head off to a workshop straight away. You can go to a lightning talk elsewhere, or you can stay put here if you're happy to. I'll be back on stage in just a moment. We've got a great panel exploring, and this is the theme throughout the day, what could go right. And in the first panel, I'm going to talk about what could go right for the UK's creative industries. So a little moment to make your choices. Thank you.
Yeah, Miriam will be there.
Okay. Grab a seat, and I'll sit down with you in a moment. Thank you. So many of you have stayed. I'm really flattered. Time for our first session of the day. Do remember, we would love it. I've got my little iPad here, so if you want to submit questions, if you are watching us online, that's the way to do it. You can join online or using Circle. And just remember to use the RSA Fellows hashtag. That's really helpful. Since the RSA began in 1754, it has always promoted and supported the creative arts. In more recent times, we've got used, haven't we, to thinking about art, science and technology combined as our creative industries. The UK is in a really strong position here. Our creative industries contribute around 6% of our total economy. They employ 2.3 million of us. And they export more than £50 billion of goods and services every single year. There is concern that growth could stall without proper investment. So we're going to talk about how we tackle that. What next for creativity in this country? And the theme throughout the day, what's going right, what could go right? So to answer those questions, and some of yours too, I'm sure, today's panel, on stage with me, Katy Shaw. Hi, Katy. Katy is the director of the Arts and Humanities Research Council Creative Communities Programme. Also with us, Darren Henley. Darren is Chief Executive of Arts Council England. And online, I hope, we're joined, yes, by Shanaz Gulzar. Shanaz is the Creative Director of Bradford 2025, which is the organisation set up to deliver the UK's City of Culture in 2 years' time. Shanaz is actually in Poland, and we'll find out why in just a moment. Please, though, welcome our panel. Each of the panelists is going to talk in turn for a few minutes first about what could go right, what is going right. Katy, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. Well, I think I'd just echo our first speaker in that it's just such a refreshing question in a world of constant bad news. And I was saying to a colleague earlier, I read Andy and Tracy's really good piece in the new issue of the RSA Journal last night when I was doom scrolling through the internet. And the only thing that made me stop was the idea that this article offered hope. And what I'm going to talk about today is a source of hope for me, I think, and for all of us, which is our cultural and creative industries. And from the top, I'd like to think of it in those terms. Quite often, you might have seen in the SEC division and elsewhere, we talk about just CIs, the creative industries. It's actually the cultural and creative industries that are key to all of this. Culture underpins that ecosystem. And I'm, as you can probably tell from my very flat vowels, not from around here. I'm from Newcastle in the north of England. And Newcastle was famous historically for powering the last industrial revolution through coal. And what I'm proposing to us today is that culture and creativity is the coal of the contemporary. It is a massive seam that runs under our devolved nations and our regions and our centres. And that if we leave it untapped, we will really not fulfil our potential, I think, as a generation and as a country, particularly in terms of our soft power in the world. And because I think I have about 8 minutes today, I thought I was going to pitch 8 areas where I think we have sources for hope and little pegs we can hang on to. And the first one, as you've just seen from our speaker, is next generation talent, right? The next generation has so much talent and creativity, but currently we're kind of relying on that as an innate potential. What we need is a creative education plan that has a coherent creative curriculum from early years to HE to CPD and returners. Because we all know people who work in professions that are aligned to our cultural and creative industries that could make a massive contribution to them, that could be innovating in them. So how do we help bring those people in? And how do we help see where the skills gaps are and also where the skills strengths are for role modelling? And role modelling brings me on to representation. You know, as somebody who wrote an inquiry report for an APPG into cultural recovery post-COVID, we said then, and I will say now, EDI will get kicked to the curb post-COVID, as there are other priorities. A cost of living crisis, an energy crisis, it cannot become a nice to have, okay? Representation is an economic necessity as much as it is a social good. If you think about the creative industries, they tell stories about who we are, both as a nation and as sectors. And we need more diverse stories, but to achieve that, we ultimately need more diverse storytellers as well. And that means thinking about who leads these industries. There's a lack of diversity in leadership, and also there's a lack of leadership. If we look at our creative industries, there's a huge potential for new middle management roles, for new leadership roles, and for supporting leaders in our creative industries. Because quite often you have people running art galleries who are absolute experts in art, but they might not necessarily have an MBA, and why would they? Why would we assume that they would? So how can we better support them to role model their next generation of creatives through? And for me, and this is probably no surprise, working with a Creative Communities programme across the UK that is centred on partnership working, prosperity partnerships are key to all of this. And there's real hope that lies in this model of delivery. The Creative Communities programme is a major investment from the Arts and Humanities Research Council, and it's deliberately designed to look at what happens when you bring academics, non-academics and communities together around a shared opportunity to create new culture. And there's examples of this going on all across the UK in lots of different ways. And if we think about particularly the devolved context of this delivery, it's fascinating and inspiring. You know, England has its own laws, but when we think about Wales and things like the Future Generations Act and what's going on there, Northern Ireland with their One Island culture policy, the way we are breaking down borders and trying to show culture for what it is, a connector, and something that helps us reflect on what it means to be human. And that often requires technology. I think technology is a real source of hope for the cultural and creative industries. But we also need to be really mindful of digital exclusion and digital poverty. For those of you watching today, it's brilliant in terms of being able to bring more people into the room than we can physically. But we already know this year that 4 million people in the UK have had to cancel their broadband because of the cost of living crisis. So what's that doing for culture online? What's that doing for democracy? And what's that doing for civil society? And this is ultimately because culture is often called soft infrastructure, which obviously bugs me for many reasons. But if it is, then guess what? Soft infrastructure needs hard infrastructure to deliver properly. So if we are going to invest in these brilliant new flagship projects like Shakespeare North, like the Eden Project in Morecambe, they are pointless if we can't get to them with transport, if people can't supply them, if they are not connected as part of a national infrastructure. So that hard infrastructure is equally as important. We have the potential there to connect up funding streams to make sure that we're working smart around creative industries investment. And finally, I think we need better policy making, and policy making is a source of huge optimism for me. You know, I've been really lucky to be part of the APPG inquiry, the Local Government Culture Commission, Gordon Brown's Union Commission. All of these movements are thinking about culture at core, how we think about the future through culture. But we also have a real need for more cultural policymakers and more cultural economists. We need to train that next generation of people who can help land some of these messages more effectively with government and policy making. Because just to finish up, all of the challenges and opportunities you're going to hear about today are not opportunities that can be tackled in isolation. No government can face up to these opportunities in isolation, and no organisation, not even the RSA, can solve these things in isolation. It's going to take collaboration. And collaboration often isn't easy. You know, we're all measured by systems that encourage us to compete, whether that is university league tables if someone like me, or bidding into central funding pots, or even things like the classroom at school where you're graded individually. I think we need to pivot the way we think about opportunity as being one of collaboration, not competition, because ultimately innovation means nothing if we can't collaborate around it and communicate it.
Katy, thank you so much. Darren, would you like to take your 8 minutes?
I would, thank you very much. and what a fantastic start from Katy there, who, you know, set out things so well. I also share that sense of optimism in the title that we've been given today. One of the things I did during lockdown was I became very interested in positive psychology, and I ended up doing a degree in it. So positive psychology is the science of what makes life worth living. So I think it is really, really important that we take that positive view of the world. And there's so much good that actually is going on, and we recognise that and celebrate it. There's lots of things that we need to do better at, but I think it is important that sometimes as a country we can be a little bit reticent to celebrate some of the good things that we do and that we do achieve. I've got four areas I was going to touch on, and some of them slightly overlap, but one of them slightly overlaps, so I'll probably shorten that one. For me, happiness there is no greater reason to invest public money. We at the Arts Council invest taxpayers' money and National Lottery players' money, and I believe we do that to create happier lives in villages, towns and cities up and down this country. That's the reason that we do that. We don't do it ourselves, but we invest in other people, in individuals, creators and artists and cultural organisations that change people's lives in those places. And that's sort of question and relationship between happiness and public policy isn't something that's new. It goes way back in time. But I think that increasing the happiness of individuals and communities is a really deep and significant challenge. And I think it's particularly still necessary as we sit there in a post-pandemic world as well. I think, you know, there's a lot of things we need to do. A lot of things changed in people's lives that we need to make some interventions that help them to be happy again. And I just think of some of the things around young people who, you know, have grown up with a set of experiences, whether they were toddlers or at school, which actually for 3 years their lives were radically different from what we experienced. And I think there was a deficit there in their lives. And how can we make sure we correct that deficit? But I think this is a positive thing that we can do. And you know, one of the smallest countries in the world, Bhutan, has led the way in this, and happiness is massive there. But New Zealand has actually done a lot of work on this. And David Attenborough, he was very good looking at New Zealand. He commended them as a country for putting people and planet over profit alone. And I think that ties in a lot with the thinking that's happening from the RSA at the moment. But there are a lot of other people. Just a couple of weeks ago, Lord Richard Layard was here launching his new book around well-being, and he's been, a tireless advocate for investing in happiness. And he makes the very bold assertion, which I agree with, which is the aim of public policy should be to maximise people's happiness. And there's other people, other great names from Lord Gus O'Donnell, the LSE Vice-Chancellor, Baroness Manoush Shafik. They've all spoken in a similar vein. And I think it's something we need to be able to talk about and measure. And it's great having Andy here because obviously he knows how to talk treasury, and that's a very important thing when you work in doing the job I do. And there's a suggestion of a measure like the Wellbe, which is actually a measure that measures 1 unit of life satisfaction on a 0 to 10 scale for one person for 1 year, and it's based on something that's used in healthcare called the QALY, and I think that's the sort of thing we need to have so we can actually start to measure it. It's not soft, it's not unnecessary, it's not a nice to have on the side, it's something that's actually a really important part of being human beings. And as I say, at the Arts Council, I believe that what we're there to do is to create happier lives. And I suppose 3 areas I'm quite interested in that where I believe that happiness policies might benefit us. One is about reducing inequality, and I think that's really, really important because, there is a real unfairness, and we need to tackle that unfairness, and we need people to have opportunity wherever they are, particularly geographically within the country. I think the work that we do in this area can improve well-being, and that's particularly around mental health, and I know that there's some real challenges there for young people, and anybody who has young people in their lives as children or grandchildren will know that this is a real issue, and probably technology has not helped that, but certainly also being locked down for 3 years probably didn't help it either. And also that sense of building community, and we know lots of things around volunteering, around being in spaces together, having that communal experience is really important. So for me, that's one of the things that could go. It's starting to go right in some places, but could go even more right in others. Place, I've talked about, and place I think is a really important thing. And at the Arts Council, we have a 10-year strategy called Let's Create, which is about enabling everybody wherever they live in the country to have their own creativity celebrated, to be able to live creative lives, and also to have the best work being made, co-curated with them, but also brought to them, so that it's happening on their doorstep. So there's not just one place in the country where you get things, it's happening all over the country. And that's about making more chances for people and giving them the opportunity to have more choices, to be able to take part in the best creative activity and enjoy and learn from and take part in those cultural experiences. And I think also we need people to be able to have a greater say in what creative activities and cultural experiences are available closer to them as well. And we have a programme called Creative People and Places. We have 39 of these across the country, in places like Batley and Blackpool and the Black Country, and places that don't start with B as well. So far, more than 8 million people have taken part in those activities. And I was with them down in Bridgewater, actually in Somerset, also starts with a B, I just realised, just this week. And it was really interesting bringing that creative practice together and actually showing people the opportunities of what they could have, but then letting them choose what they can do. And it's really, really important to see that work. And we're working hard to make those opportunities available to people. And we've seen a big investment in what we've called our priority places across the country. So we've just launched a new national portfolio, 275 new cultural organisations being funded regularly for 3 years. I was in Leicester last week and I sat around the table. There's 7 new national portfolio organisations there, £4.3 million investment over the next 3 years in those organisations. And it's really interesting to see how that money is now touching communities and involving people who probably, in fairness, have been underserved by public investment in culture for decades. So it's really, really important that. So again, another thing that's going right. And I suppose that the final thing from me would just be to echo that sense that we know that talent is absolutely everywhere in this country, but opportunity is not. I think that's something that, for me, is really, really important. It's something that the Arts Council, we've thought long and hard about. And we want to be able to ensure that somebody can be born in a place, can have a really good education experience in that place, a rich experience, and then could find a way of working in the creative and cultural industries in that place as well, without having to go to another part of the country to achieve that. And, you know, some of the work that, and I know, again, Andy was very influential in the Levelling Up white paper, but some of the work there that has an opportunity for it to happen, I think it is really, really important. And we at the Arts Council are doing what we can to make that happen.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Darren. We're going to talk about another place that begins with B, because Shanaz Gulzar joins us now to talk, in part, obviously, about her work as Creative Director of Bradford 2025, but you join us from Poland. Why?
I'm in Łódź, another post-industrial textile city in Poland, which has lots of connections with Bradford, but it's also the Photo Festival, which is an international photo festival that is celebrated here in Łódź. And if anybody knows Łódź, you know that it has a real history in cinematography, photography, and kind of putting culture at the heart of creating change in this fantastic city, in this brilliant, beautiful country. So that's why I'm here.
And from Poland, why don't you tell us a little bit, Shanaz, first, before we take questions, coming back to the theme for the whole day, about what you think can go right in terms of unlocking the potential of the creative industries?
Well, all the speakers before me said it absolutely beautifully, and I feel like I'm just going to mirror a lot of what they say, but I'm going to start with a quote. And that quote is from Ikra. She's an 11-year-old girl from Bradford, and this quote led our bid. And her quote is, "I come from hope. I come from Bradford." And I feel like that underlines what all of our speakers have said just before me. In Bradford, during our bid, we did a heart and minds on ourselves. We reminded ourselves of our creativity. We reminded ourselves of our inventive spirit. And most crucially of all, we reminded ourselves that we all have a right to our imagination. During our bid, also in 2021, Bradford Council launched Culture is Our Plan, which is a 10-year strategy. 2025 happens in the middle of that 10-year strategy, and they've put culture and creativity at the heart of both social and economic regeneration of that city and district. Bradford City of Culture is not just a citywide bid, it's very different to the other cities of culture before us, it's city and district. That's 144 square miles. That's 67% rural. So we are putting people, place, creativity together with Planet and saying, bring it all together. What is it that we can do? What is the opportunity within the challenges that we face? During the bid, we kind of came up with 4 themes. And one of those themes is coming of age. And it feels like this is Bradford's coming of age. For a city that is post-industrial, and for those of you in the room who don't know, at one point, Bradford produced 2/3 of the world's wool. And apparently had more Rolls Royces in Bradford than anywhere else in the world. So I'm still kind of chasing that fact down. And for that to be its history and kind of looking where we are now, and for people like my parents came to Bradford, came to this brilliant, beautiful district, because that industry is what invited them here, because those jobs, those mills, is what helped us make home here. So coming of age, this is Bradford's coming of age. But we're also, 26.3% of our population is under 18. We are also the home of Born in Bradford, the only longitudinal study following 30,000 young people from birth to adulthood. And just to say, somebody must have had a brilliant idea that we were definitely going to win UK City of Culture for 2025, because the first cohort turned 18 in 2025. I absolutely love that coincidence, and it gives me a huge opportunity as creative director. But we're putting young people at the heart of it. We're putting the kind of coming of age of Bradford at the heart of it. We're also not saying to our young people, you need to have everything figured out at 18. If I was in the room, I'd ask everyone in the room, how many of us all believe that we've come of age? And I'd ask for hands, please. But obviously I'm not there, so I'm just going to put that kind of thought into your mind. And the idea that we have a particular age that we come of age at. No, life is a journey, therefore we are continuously coming of age. There are different moments in our lives where we come of age for different reasons. So we're looking at supporting our young people to lead our City of Culture, to help deliver this kind of strand for us, this foundation of our theme, of our City of Culture. We're a city of the world. not just what we gave to the world as industry and invention and innovation as part of the textile trade, but also what is happening in the city and district right now. We are discovering just some of the invention and innovation that is happening as a result of we still do wool. You know, the British wool are actually based in Bradford. So all of the kind of the coding for wool is in Bradford. That's a co-op that is owned by farmers. This is discovery that we are doing as part of City of Culture. It's our communities, our history, but it's also our young people. When you're a city of the world, what is it that you offer back to locally, nationally, and internationally? We're also a city of invention and innovation. Earlier this year, I was at the RSA's President's Lecture where Sir Peter Bazalgette said, steam powered one revolution, steam is powering another revolution. That's science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. We talk about Bradford. In Bradford, we are talking about steam powered, that everything is connected, that it's not either or, it's and. Put the arts back into the STEM, make it STEAM, put the arts back into the curriculum, give our young people the critical skills, the right to their imagination, the kind of critical thinking that we all need. We don't know the problems that are actually going to come to us. Look at Maya. You know, she was 11 years old when she first started her kind of campaigning, her activism. That's what I mean. Give our young people the right to their imagination. That is what we are trying to do. How can we not, as a quarter of the population is under 18? So bring STEAM, bring arts, bring it back into the curriculum. And finally, it's interesting that Katy talked about connectivity and the fact that, you know, we have the Eden Project in Morecambe and that we've got Bradford UK City of Culture and that connectivity across the country. And it's really easy to celebrate beauty and it's really easy to celebrate imagination, but it's hard within our challenges to find those opportunities. And Bradford has some amazing, beautiful architecture, but we also have the Bradford Interchange. And if anybody's travelled to Bradford Interchange, it's not the most beautiful piece of architecture on the planet. And someone must have thought the same thing because they scrawled on it. And this is typical Bradford. This is typical of how we are approaching our City of Culture. It is typical of how we are trying to give access to the cultural sector to those young people who don't have the traditional routes into the education sector, who don't have the traditional routes into our sector, who don't know what it means to be an artist, to be a technician, to be a director, to be a producer, to be, you know, an arts administrator. How do we demystify our sector? And this quote that someone must have scrawled on the side of a wall, and it's there as you come into the magnificent, not so magnificent interchange, is welcome home sexy. That's our fourth theme. That's our invitation. That's our DNA. We're the city of the Brontes, we're the district of David Hockney. You know, how can we have created such amazing, fantastic artists? The Bronte sisters published at a time where women weren't publishing books. So what they did, they subverted. That's what we do. They thought, okay, we're writers, we're authors, we want to be published, so we're going to play the system a little bit. That's what we do. That's what artists do. That's what creatives do. Our vision for Bradford is to put amazing, inspiring, extraordinary ideas led by inspirational artists, delivered in partnership with and by creative communities. We need a diversity of voices in our sector. We need to be able to tell our stories with fresh approaches and fresh views. Change and transformation doesn't happen because we're comfortable. It happens because we need it. So I want to finish with a quote from Rebecca Solnit, would you believe? So it's really fantastic to hear that she's going to be here later on for this lecture. And it's similar lines with Icarus' quote, actually. And Rebecca says, hope demands action, and action isn't possible without hope. And that's why we won the next UK City of Culture, because the opportunity for it to be truly of Bradford, within the context of Bradford, within the context of where we find ourselves socially and economically within the UK, and actually within the context of our young people, we want the next city of culture, and that is our approach to delivering it. So it's 1 year, but we are using that year to drive the next 10 years of change for our city and our district. And my invitation to everybody in this room is come with us on that journey. Come and see us, not just in 2025, but in 23, in 25, 26, 27 and onwards. Join us in that year, but also join us beyond that year.
Wonderful. Three great speeches. We've got about 20 minutes or so left with this panel, and I would love for you to ask some questions. I just want these guys to talk to each other and share some thoughts, because there was so much cross-pollination with those speeches there, and I've already seen it firsthand, so you can have the first question. We'll get a mic to you in just a moment. So much conversation there was about young people. And I love this idea of STEM becoming STEAM. Can I go back to you? That came from Shanaz, but Katy, at the beginning, you were talking about a creative education plan. What do you mean by that?
So the government currently is developing a cultural education plan which is attempting to do some of this join-up work from early years on. But it's starting at a really difficult time. It's a huge opportunity, but it's also a huge challenge, like many of the issues I'm sure we'll discuss today. We're seeing a bit of a talent pipeline issue when it comes to the next generation of creatives at the moment, because we have a generation who, first of all, as Darren alluded to, have only ever really known a cycle of crises, you know, largely born in the wake of 9/11, and then a war, and then a financial crash, and then a pandemic, and then Brexit, and. So they've never really known a time of optimism in the way some of us might have done previously. And if you map that back onto their education, there were quite fundamental changes made to some really important elements of the curriculum, like English, for example, that really steamrolled over diversity, steamrolled over assessment methods. And so when we were getting students from GCSEs and A-levels to university, when I met them for the first time, they weren't used to reading books from different cultures or hearing different voices. You know, we almost reverted back to the dead white male model of literature at GCSE and A-level.
You personally fought to change that, and haven't you?
So yeah, through the English Association, I'm on the board of, we did petition and lobby the DFE, and they were responsive. AQA and other examples were very responsive to try and diversify some of the texts. But it still remains the case that they often arrive at university trained in how to do exams, and more importantly, like, you know, students will today, spending up to 3 years on one book. You know, they'll start Christmas Carol at year 9 for their exam in year 11. Nobody, I mean, I wouldn't want to read a book for 3 years, and I'm a professor of literature. It kills the joy. And it kills the creativity. And we need to think about how we re-inject creativity into assessment as well as into skills training. And also how we think about training our graduates for a future that is utterly uncertain. And the one future-proof and AI-proof skill actually is creativity and critical thinking. And that's where I think a lot of the curricula needs to be heading.
Darren, do you want to come in on this? You talked about talent is everywhere and opportunity is not. How do we convince a younger generation that, I mean, it's much, I don't know where this came from first, but you hear it over and over again. If you can see it, you can be it. And if these industries are available where they live, then there will be a sense of being able to pursue that from a young age. Is that what you dream of?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's important. I think just to echo some of the more school-based and education-based, I did a report for government in 2012, which talked about the importance of cultural education for every young person. So subjects in school like art and design, dance, drama, music, I think they should be there right the way through the curriculum and available for people. It's important they're there as curriculum subjects, so they're not just a nice-to-have add-on. And I think when you look at a sort of grid of how a young person works, there's in school, there's out of school, there's formal and there's informal learning, and I think all of those are very, very important. Doing my job, I spend about half of every week travelling around the country, and one of the things I've observed is that independent schools tend to advertise on railway station posters. So I've looked at all of those posters, and it's really interesting. They don't advertise about the quality of their maths lessons or their geography lessons. They talk about the sport, the art, the drama, and the music, and I think that's really interesting, because if you're going to make that decision to put your child, the young person in your life through independent education, that's a very, very hefty financial decision you're going to make for a decade or so. That's clearly where the market is, and that's what those schools are marketing themselves on. So I think that's really interesting. I believe everybody in this country should have a place at the table and be able to have a conversation and take part in conversations. If you don't have the wherewithal and the cultural capital, that's much harder to do, and I think that's my challenge there. So I believe everybody, wherever you grow up in the country, whatever school you go to, you should have access to that cultural capital, and then more people from more different places will be in rooms like this, and that's a really important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. One more quick thread across our panellists before we take a question from the floor. You've talked about, I really want to bring Shanaz in on this, because you've got a really interesting bid underway already, haven't you, for an architectural project to create a peripatetic venue that will travel around presumably the city and the wider district. And I bring in this idea, it's a really simple one, of how people get to cultural events and get home again late at night, which isn't always possible, which stops people going. Tell us a little bit about the venue that you're hoping to create, Shanaz.
Well, in Bradford, when I mentioned earlier, it's 144 square miles. When you're a district-wide bid, you have a responsibility to every corner of that district. You have a responsibility to ensure that people, as you've said, can come be a part of and be in those spaces, be in those venues, and actually to some extent program them as well, because we are going to put young people kind of leading those. And were very, very aware of some of the transport kind of issues within our district. So trying to make it accessible. We talk about accessibility and inclusivity. So you've got to put, your money where your statements have been. And the beacon, which we're calling it Beacon, which is both a light and invitation to communities, but it's also an invitation to architects. We're living through a really a kind of crucial moment in human kind of history right now, in human evolution, because what we are facing through climate and environment, we have to look at everything that we're doing. So this venue is a challenge to our architects and to our designers to try and create something that is climate friendly, environmentally friendly, working with first, second, third generation recycled, upcycled materials, and telling the truth of that, which also brings extraordinary imaginative solutions to people. So they don't have to travel hundreds of miles to see something. Actually, it's in their backyard. It's in their parks. It's in their streets. So they can engage with extraordinary and fantastic because it's their right to. And that's how we're trying to approach it, because everyone has a right to great art. Everyone has a right to great ideas, and communities are creative. So it's about giving them that access. So when you are a district-wide city of culture, I think it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility, and we couldn't not do otherwise.
That's the Beacon. That is taking a venue. You've got to build a venue and then take it to all the places, and I'm sure it'll have a life beyond 2025 as well. We were talking before we came out about something very prosaic, but it's simply about people being able to get to venues and home again, and transport. Katy, what's the message here that you want to take to policymakers about infrastructure?
Well, I think it was precisely that soft infrastructure needs hard infrastructure. They absolutely are part of the same ecosystem of experience. And there's some interesting work going on at the moment with the AHRC about how you evaluate the contribution of certain cultural venues, for example, a project called Culture Heritage Capital. And the idea that even if you live in this town, a city or city region, and have something like an art gallery or a museum on your doorstep and you never use it at all, that venue has a non-use value to you as well, because it brings a quality of life, it brings things to your neighbourhood, it's an asset. Now, how do we measure the impact of that asset is a very different question, but the fact it's there is really important. And for people who do have connectivity issues due to hard infrastructure, then what is the value of having a venue that you cannot get to? And then when that's compounded by digital disconnectivity too, and we saw that a lot in the pandemic, particularly, it wasn't all kind of box sets and banana bread for everybody. A lot of it was quite profound isolation as a result of what was going on. We've seen some really interesting interventions at the National Theatre. If you can't get to the National Theatre, guess what? You've got NT Live now in your local cinema, or you can subscribe online, but you can only do that if you aren't digitally excluded. So we have to think about, for policymakers, what about culture as a fundamental human right? What about internet access as a fundamental citizen's right in the UK? And where we are in the electoral cycle, I think this is a really good time for policymakers on both sides of the spectrum to be really brave about the creative industries, because it's quite rare at the moment as a country we can point to stuff and be like, yeah, we're the best in the world at that, actually. And we are. So like, if we're not going to plant a flag in that now, then we never will.
Darren, you travel the country every week. You're on the road a lot of the time. What are your thoughts about improving the capacity for people to get to the venues and get home again?
And it is the getting home again that actually is the crucial thing. And maybe, you know, it's a room where many ideas have been born. Maybe the RSA culture bus is the idea that comes out of this today, you know, because actually it's a very simple idea, but for many people in many parts of the country, some of them in very rural areas, but actually people around the edges of big cities, they just can't get home. So if you, in the same way as when we've talked about young people and work experience, for example, if you pay their fare and you give them lunch, they can have that work experience. And maybe there's something here we should say that actually, if you've bought a ticket or you have a ticket, you can give out as many free tickets as you want, but if someone can't get there and get home, there's a problem. Maybe there's some sort of transport that's wrapped into that. Maybe it's something we could be thinking about in Bradford. You know, there's some exciting opportunities.
It is worth saying as well, just to put the point in from the north, that several of our venues north of Tyne in Newcastle, if you buy a metro ticket, you get if you buy a theatre ticket, you get free metro ride to and from the theatre, and I know that's the case for a lot of other venues. They're very simple levers you can pull to make people leave their car at home, do the environmental piece, but also get people to and from venues safely, and make sure those mass transport systems speak to the culture sector as well.
Thank you all for talking to each other about some of the threads that came out. We'll come back for one general conversational point at the end, but I'm really keen that people in the room and at home as well get a chance to ask the panellists some questions. You had your hand up very... The gentleman who is already holding the microphone because we're ahead of the curve. Would you like to ask a question, and do you want to direct it to everybody on the panel or someone in particular?
Could I start it with Katy, but for the others to come in? Bobby Kennedy in 1968 famously said, "The youth of our nation are the spirit of our performance." And for me, that resonates with what each of you have said. And also the fact that we've had 17 education secretaries since the Robinson's report in 1999. So if purely theoretically one was writing, or hypothetically one was writing a creative curriculum, should one direct it to the government or should one direct it elsewhere and not to guerrilla?
Should we Trojan horse it? I think anything productive will be done hand in hand and will be done cross-party and cross-sector. The beauty of the creative industries, and again the opportunity, is that they cross all sectors, right? And it's often educating students and the next generation in the opportunities that lie in the creative industries that they may think are not on their horizon at all. So, for example, at the moment, we're working with a big studio development in Sunderland who are going to need, guess what, joiners and hairdressers, as well as producers and directors. We worked with Hachette, the biggest publisher in the world, to open up their offices in the regions and nations and help them grow the next talent pipeline of publishing staff in the regions and nations, not just in London. But that means going into our business and law graduates and being like, there's a job for you here in publishing, as well as our graphic design students. So it's about how we diversify the workforce across the board and help them have paths into creativity. But if we want to land this stuff, then we really need to embed the policymakers from the beginning, because it's about educating them. And why would they be across this stuff? They can't be across everything, but we need better messaging and better pathways to communicate it in. And I do think another huge source of optimism is devolution. You know, all of our combined authorities and our devolved nations are developing their own culture strategies, their own culture plans, hopefully trailblazer deals to deliver culture and to generate cultural income as well through things like hotel taxes, which could be retained and ploughed in. So I think Devo offers us real hope to deliver that as well.
Darren, do you want to pick up?
Yeah, could I just, a very practical thing to build on that? I guess the people in this room are probably very culturally literate and care about culture. One thing that everybody can do is to become a school governor, because actually the school governors are the people who hire the head teachers, and if you hire the right head teacher, they will see culture as being important in their school. And there's something that everyone can do, and you could do it individually, and all those people you work with or also have shared values, and we could make a revolution happen, and no one would notice. Except everyone will notice ultimately.
And it's genuinely much more fulfilling than you might think from the public press.
Are you a school governor? Good man yourself. Let's pass the microphone, gentleman in the front, and then you can pass it back to the lady behind you in the black top. Who would you like to address your question to?
Everybody.
Why don't we start with Shanaz with it? Shanaz, can you hear the microphone questions okay?
I can now, thank you.
Brilliant.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. So I'm Dr. Partha Hussain. I'm a senior lecturer in environmental architecture in Sheffield Hallam University. So I live in London, but work in Sheffield. So just my point is that what do you think about the idea of why not we have more collaboration between primary, secondary school and universities? I give you a context. I work with the housing society to improve the community for climate resilient. And I work with Great Place. And they asked me, why not we, from the university, invite the students from the school, come to the university and teach about what is the environmental architecture is in their way, how important it is to understand. Because the problem is that their problem comes from a very deprived community, and they don't feel like to go to the university at all. And what about this kind of small steps can make a big difference to them? They're thinking, they feel like, no, they're going to go to the university. They want to do something good, better. What do you think about this collaboration between university and the schools?
Shanaz, would you like to answer that first?
Yes, of course. That's really interesting because it goes to that point, you have to see it to be it. We are looking at bringing actually primary schools and secondary schools together underneath, working together to kind of create play and playful areas, and that acknowledgement that when you're younger, you can your dreams are bigger, and when you go into secondary school, it's immediately as you start kind of getting funneled and start thinking about your GCSEs, your dreams start to become more focused around, or as I kind of sometimes see, you stop dreaming about the other thing you could be and you start dreaming about what you think you should be. And I think your point about bringing universities, secondary schools, primary schools together is to see, you have to see it to be it. And I think it's more than that as well. I think it's actually bringing artists, creatives, thinkers, doers, makers together and to demonstrate to young people that you can come from all diverse backgrounds and you can find your way and find your route into higher education or into fantastic careers, fantastic opportunity, and it's not always through traditional methods.
Thank you, Shanaz. I'm going to go straight to another question so we can get through as many as we can because we've only got a couple of minutes left. So go for it.
It's Jan Floyd Douglas. First of all, thank you, panel. I mean, it's been exciting and really enlightening, so I'm very grateful to you for that. I work with quite a lot of women's charities, and the whole idea about having sort of accessibility to cultural events, the big issue they have is the safety element of coming home late. And that's, not surprisingly, particularly in the South, has come up more and more. And it'd be quite interesting to hear anyone on the panel's view about how we can sort of try and meet that challenge, if you like, and if there are any people that you regard as role models or organisations as role models for actually doing that to sort of keep women safe in particular in these late night venues.
Katy, do you want to answer that?
I can pick up. So where I'm based in the northeast, we have a police and crime commissioner, a female police and crime commissioner, who is also interestingly standing as a candidate to be mayor, who wants to embed culture and transport to address precisely the issues we were talking about, but also has pointed out that in a lot of the Devo deals for transport, safety for women and for other groups is not even part of that, and there's no budget for it. So as PCC, she's apportioned some of her budget to that. So now there's officers on the metros after a certain time at night, and there's a free taxi number for any woman in the city centre who has struggles to get home after a night out, for whatever reason, because sometimes you can't get an Uber, you can't get a cab, even if you want one, and you can afford one, to get home. So on certain mega events, and we are lucky enough to be hosting a lot of mega events in the regions and nations now, whether it's Beyonce on or Pink or whoever, when we've got 50,000 people in the city centre, we've got now wardens on the street as well to help people, vulnerable groups, get home safely. That is a model that will have such value, whether that's about role modelling for women being safe in city centres and other marginal groups, and also for older people at these events too, I've got to say, in terms of accessibility and people with disability, but also in terms of thinking about what's the added value to the NHS, what's the added value to the police. It's huge, and how we go about measuring that, and also picking out what works from Devo. That is something that clearly works. So why aren't we pollinating those policies around the whole of the UK?
Brilliant, thank you.
Could we pass, let's take one more question, and then we'll get, yeah, gentleman just behind you for ease. Thank you.
Martin Dyson, thank you very much for everybody from the panel for your contributions. Katie, something you said about policy making being so important. Is there something that there is a barrier with our economic model that means that these policies aren't actually getting through into practice? Because I hear even Darren talking about things you were doing in 2012, and I just keep getting the question, so why isn't it changing? Do we need a different economic model for this to work? You've actually just talked about a few things that are understanding the value of things and having a different model of value so that these policies can go beyond the political cycle of 4 years.
The economy. Darren, do you want to start with that? I know it was directed at Katie, but just we'll bring Katie in as well and Shanaz, and then we better wrap.
I mean, there are people who are more expert in this than me in this room, but, you know, if GDP is the only model that we value, and we don't value a happiness model or a life satisfaction model, I would argue there's an answer to your question there.
Yeah, I mean, the value of culture does not begin and end at the economic, but if you try saying that at the Treasury campus in Darlington, I think that the Levelling Up white paper, I know we have the author in the room, is really helpful on lots of fronts. I think one real opportunity in that for policy making is that when you look to pride in place and civic identity, it doesn't actually have very clear metrics, and I think that's appropriate because those metrics should be co-created with our communities and they'll all be very different, but that process hasn't really happened yet. So in terms of measuring up to level up through policy making, how do we know where we are in 25 if we don't know where we started or how we're measuring it? Policy making, co-created policy making with lots of different sectors, like everybody in this room is a policy maker. Everyone who's sat there and gone, wouldn't it be good if, right, you're policy making? So how we draw those ideas together through citizens' assemblies and through our creative communities to create change, I think, is the pathway to that, rather than just saying policy happens in a think tank somewhere or in a government.
We are going to have the architect of the Levelling Up agenda talking to the Secretary of State this afternoon, and hopefully this has fertilised Andy's thoughts about some of the things he might ask Lucy Frazer. So let me end by saying, in a real nutshell, because I've slightly run over inevitably, and let's start with Shanaz on this one. What is at the top of your wish list for a political party's manifesto for unlocking the creative industries for an election in the next 18 months?
What's the top of my wish list? I think it goes to kind of really understanding the power and potential of it. Don't be... Put your money where your mouth is what we've been talking about a little bit, isn't it? About value and kind of what we value and what we don't value, and recognise that it is what we lead in. We are world leading in this, and actually invest in the future, invest in the future generations, and take some calculated risks with that. That's on my wish list.
Thank you. Katie, what would you like to see political parties consider putting in their manifestos about the creative industries?
I think with the creative, cultural and creative industries, my call is effectively Avengers Assemble, because we need those unlikely allies to come together around loads of these opportunities and challenges. And that's the only way I think any party is actually going to drive through change, by bringing together cross-sector groups. And through doing that, actually, they're also getting massive efficiencies of resource and knowledge transfer. So I'd just say, yeah, let's get the unlikely allies around the table for the first time.
Darren?
Surely there is no greater reason for investing public money than creating happier lives.
Yeah. Hear, hear. What a great way to end. Happiness. Thank you so much. That is all we've got time for from this panel. Thank you for some great questions. Thank you for your thought-provoking discussions. The festival continues. Please feel free to go and explore the rest of the house, spot the people in the teal T-shirts. They'll direct you wherever you want to go. You could just get yourself at the front of the queue in the vaults for lunch if you want to at this point. I'm going to be back in the great room here at 1:50. We're going to be going, oh, this is going to be so much fun. We are going behind the scenes of Wild Isles. I imagine, like me, you've devoured it. And we've got the series producer, Hilary Jeffkins, who will talk about how a lemon drizzle cake got David Attenborough on board. See you then. Thank you so much.
Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Nature in these islands, if you know where to look. Welcome to a place that is astonishing. It rivals anything I've seen elsewhere. It's not far. Welcome to Wild Isles. What?
Thank you everyone who's decided to stay with us in the great room. Welcome back. A Sunday night ritual in my house often involves watching one of the great nature documentaries that the BBC produces. Most recently, we have been glued to the brilliant UK-based series Wild Isles. Let's take a quick look.
Welcome to a place that is astonishing. Nature in these islands, if you know where to look, can be extraordinary, dramatic, and beautiful. It rivals anything I've seen elsewhere. It's not far. It's home. Welcome to Wild Isles. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Whether it is fledgling eagle chicks in the Cairngorms, bees extraordinarily laying their eggs in empty snail shells, or those determined Atlantic salmon battling their way upstream, the series as a whole shows us some remarkable images. Every single episode, I'm sure you'll have noticed, comes with a really important message, a familiar warning. Our impact is making life harder and harder for almost every species that we share our wild isles with. To discuss the challenges faced by the animals and the camera crews, please welcome series producer Hilary Jeffkins. We've got some brilliant images that we're going to see as we go through our conversation.
I'll try and keep up with you.
What was your ambition with this series?
Well, our ambition really was to make a big, glossy British series. We've all seen the worldwide series, and we thought we were sure we could do it with Britain. It was quite a difficult one to get commissioned. I don't think there was a belief that Britain could be as spectacular as the rest of the world. So Silverback Films, a couple of guys who used to work for the Natural History Unit, started up a company that made blue chip films. And every time they went to get their commissions, they took Wild Isles and they said, what about our British series? I think it took about 10 years for it to be accepted. But we'd all worked for the BBC for many years on things like Spring Watch and live programmes. And we'd spent time in the field seeing tantalising behaviour. So quite often you're there for 2 or 3 days. You film a little bit, but you think, goodness, if we were here for 3 weeks, what could we get? What could we see? So really our ambition was to make something really big for Britain, and we felt the time was right. So it was commissioned in 2019, and what we needed to do then was get other parties on board. So WWF and RSPB and Open University came on board, and with their expertise and their credibility and their funds, we then were in a good position to make a big series. But of course we felt that you couldn't make a series like that through rose-tinted glasses. We needed to convey conservation messages.
Let's talk about what those messages are, because they're embedded. I've watched the whole series, and then it's been a complete pleasure now I was going to talk to you to go back and watch some of the episodes over again. There is a conservation message embedded as often as possible, wherever it's relevant. What are they? Because there I was thinking that our Wild Isles it's Britain. Of course, it's like we were talking about the creative industries. We're going to be the best in the world. We're not, are we?
We're not. No, Britain is one of the least biodiverse countries in the world. And we don't really realise it. So we wanted to make a series which would inspire people, excite them, give them hope. But we felt we needed to tell the truth, to feed these messages in. So we are very lacking in biodiversity. But on the positive side, for a small set of islands, we've got some amazing and globally important wildlife. For example, we've got 50% of the world's common bluebells. We all take it for granted. You know, we go out and we see them, and it's a lovely spectacle in spring. And, you know, people travel the world to come and see them. So we do have these wonderful pockets of wildlife, which we are custodians of for the world. We've got 85% of the world's chalk streams. That's probably about 250 odd chalk streams. 220 of those are in southern Britain. So, you know, we are very important, but they're...
Why do they matter, the chalk streams? I mean, they're a very particular habitat, aren't they?
I think every habitat matters, or every ecosystem is important. So a very particular habitat, you've got water percolating up through chalk, creating really crystal clear rivers, which have got fantastic invertebrates and fantastic fish, which is, you know, part of the whole system of birds feeding. So every little habitat has its own ecosystem, so they're really important.
What is happening to the chalk streams? I mean, we haven't had water running in my part of the country for the last few days. So what does that mean in terms of those environments? Is there a real threat?
They are threatened, you know, and I know just trying to find a chalk stream, trying to find a pristine chalk stream to film was quite difficult. I would take my hat off to fishermen, and many of them are protected for fishing, which keeps them pristine. But as we lose water, as our water levels drop, chalk streams are disappearing and becoming polluted. So yes, they, like our bigger rivers, they are under threat, and they are quite shallow rivers, quite slow moving, so they are quite sensitive.
Let's talk about trees. We've got a great image of an oak there. We have over millennia chopped quite a lot of trees down in our country for various reasons, whether it's from, you know, shipbuilding hundreds of years ago to clearing land, farmland and so on. But we're not doing too badly when it comes to the oak, are we?
No, we're good for oaks. As you say, you know, the big trees were chopped down for masts for ships and during wars. But we've got more ancient oaks than the rest of Europe put together, which is brilliant. And they're important habitats. I mean, an oak tree can have up to 2,300 species of animals, invertebrates, birds, etc., living within it. And we discovered when we were filming for Wild Hours, we travelled to Blenheim, we had a look where the best oaks might be, and there are still forests. There's an ancient forest there that has several hundred oaks in, and there's one oak tree which, I don't know how they knew this, they said it was 1,046 years old. So an oak can continue. You often see really ancient oaks which are hollow inside, but that is a habitat itself for beetles and other creatures. So we are in a good place for oaks, and fairly recently there was a survey. I think the more you look, quite often, the more you find. And some of our country houses have got quite significant oaks hidden away, so we're good for oaks.
There's an oak in a lovely country estate near where I live in Kent. I don't know if anyone's been there. It's called Penshurst Place. It's not run by the National Trust. It's still a private estate. And there's an oak tree there that is, you know, celebrated as somewhere where Sir Philip Sidney sat and wrote his sonic sequences beneath this oak tree. So there are individual oaks that tell a story really about that
and
species.
It's quite incredible to think, you know, if an oak is 1,000 years' time, who has passed under that? Who's sat under it for shade? You know, has there been a battle nearby? They're a really sort of constant part of our lives. And it's interesting as well, recently science has shown that oaks have lived through many changes in climate. So within their genes, they hold on almost to a memory of a different climate. So they've been through drought before. So there is a possibility, I don't understand it completely myself, they can fast track evolution and throw back to creating a form of themselves that will be more resistant to drought. So, you know, there is secret hope there.
I have never heard that before. What a wonderful piece of information to share. Let's go on to some of the geology as well, and what that means in terms of habitat. Quite a lot of birds there, aren't there?
Quite a lot of birds. Quite a lot of birds. So Britain is also important for migratory species, and that's a place called Bass Rock in the Forth of Firth. And in the winter, it looks like a sort of slightly smeared piece of rock, but in the summer, you have 75,000 gannets. It's 175,000 pairs of gannets return. So it's the largest gannet colony in the world. And that is an example, really, of how Britain is important in the jigsaw of wildlife. You know, wildlife doesn't exist in isolation. You know, we have migratory birds coming to feed and to breed and then moving on. So we are important for our estuaries feed vast flocks of knots. We have starlings that come from Eastern Europe. So there's that connection. So, you know, it's important that we keep our habitats because, you know, we are in that global jigsaw, really.
We've managed to talk for about 10 minutes already about a BBC documentary series without mentioning national treasure David Attenborough. And I did entice people back into the room earlier on by mentioning that there's a story about how you got him involved that incorporates a lemon drizzle cake. He wasn't on board right from the get-go, was he?
No, I mean, we've been pushing the series for quite a long time. So we didn't actually sell it with him. We sold it for it in its merits as a wildlife series, but we always secretly hoped that he might be interested to do it. And at the time when we got it commissioned, he was really busy, as he always is. So we sort of went to see him. I do know he's got a bit of a weakness for cake. And in the past, when we've been filming, we've had incidences where he says, "Are you going to have a pudding?" And I'll say, "No." He said, "Oh, perhaps you should have this." And then he'll eat it, and he said, "Well, it doesn't count, does it? Because it doesn't count for me because it was your pudding." So he's always been into cakes and things. Anyway, so in 2019, when we'd done a bit of filming, we created a trailer, and I cooked a lemon drizzle, and we went to see him, and we asked him whether he might be interested in the series, and he was definitely interested. He felt the time was right. He felt the time was right in terms of the crisis we have for nature and also for him. He'd been around the world, he'd filmed a lot of global wildlife, but he felt he hadn't seen or been at home enough. And that was great because we then had a sort of our secret weapon, really. Yes, so for each programme, he was happy to draw on his own personal experience. And it was very interesting talking to him. You know, a man of 97 has seen generations of change. What our children see as the norm, that if they go into a meadow, is not the norm. It's not how it used to be. So he was telling us, for example, this is the grassland programme, we put him in a meadow. He told stories of cycling through a meadow and being dared. People would dare you to run through a meadow and you'd have insects in your hair and in your eyes and in your teeth. And it's not like that anymore. And I think we know from just taking trips to go on holiday. I remember as a child travelling to Cornwall, my dad would have bottles of water and we'd stop the car and clean the windscreen off. And it's not like that anymore. So having his experience and his life experience was brilliant. So we set him up in a habitat for each programme. So for the Rivers programme, it looks like we put him in a baking tray there, but he went to visit a chalk stream. Actually, the people had heard about his penchant for cakes as well, and he had a Victoria sponge on that one.
On the boat?
No,
just while he was making that.
May have sunk the boat, but yeah.
What are the guys doing? Just move on to the next shot, if you will. What are they doing with the there are people in the water next to them. If we go on to the next slide. What's actually happening in that image?
So this is cameraman Gavin filming, and we've got someone in the water who's got a reflector. So really, it's not a very deep stream, so it's just bouncing some light onto him, really.
What are you covering in that episode?
So this episode was our freshwater episode. So he starts that one by talking about the state of our rivers, which we all know about. But it's a positive message as well, because really we showcase exactly what we have. We have water shrews, we have damselflies, all kinds of things. So, but each time we thought we'd set it up, not with doom and gloom, but with a thought that you could take throughout the programme. Our rivers are polluted, but if you see all these things, as David says, you have to care to want to protect them.
Moving on to another episode. This is one of my favourites, when he's waiting for that little bird to take flight. He describes how it's getting as much elevation as it can. It's about to launch itself into a very long flight. And he sends it on its way. It's one of the most touching, simple moments that I've seen in a wildlife programme. When you watched the rushes back from that, did you just think that's TV gold?
It was. Your heart sort of skips a beat when that happens. But we wanted to use him as well in his capacity just to relate to animals and the joy that he has and the connection. And that was on, my mind's gone, it was on an island, Skoma. Skoma. And we were slightly worried because there were 87 steps to get from the bottom of the island up to the place where we were filming, and it was a night shoot.
With a 97-year-old man,
97-year-old
who's a national treasure.
And we had bird flu, so we had to be very, very careful, you know, about touching birds, etc. But it's a waiting game, and he's so patient and so ready to say the right thing at the right time. So that's some Manx shearwater that migrates to Britain, and they nest in tunnels. And in June, July time, they migrate 6,000 miles back to South America, and he was just waiting for that little bird to take off. It took a while, and then it just kind of launched itself up, and he quite endearingly said, "Bon chance, good luck," you know.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely moment. Let's talk about the stories you chose. I'm looking at all those post-it notes. You can't tell them all. How do you choose which ones to tell, which ones you can tell and you can film successfully? Because you mentioned to me when we chatted on the phone, how many filming days to make this series?
1,631.
And how many for the salmon, just the salmon going up the...
Well, the salmon we filmed all the way from the ocean, so coming up the estuary right to its spawning grounds. That was 71 days on that, which includes, you know, the underwater, the waterfalls, days where you sit doing nothing for quite a long time. So to choose the stories, we tried to balance out the animals between the programmes, so some invertebrates, some bigger predators, to balance out the emotions as well of the stories, and the colours, you know, different colour palettes, but also stories that we could relate to in terms of the conservation messages as well. And we were also looking for surprising animals with sort of new behaviour that we could capture, because we've got an educated audience that watches a lot of wildlife, so we need to go a step further. You know, they've seen a lot, so how can we make it more interesting, make the stories deeper, you know, let them see more?
Bees on broomsticks.
Bees on broomsticks, yeah, which that's a mason bee. We had Harry Potter music on that, which was quite fun. And that's a bee that is a solitary bee that lays its egg in an empty shell, and then it covers it up with sticks. So the egg goes in, it provisions it with pollen, and then it hides it. So it was quite fun just seeing them whizzing across with their broomsticks. And we tried to choose exciting behaviour. So this here is a white-tailed eagle, which has been reintroduced after extinction up in Scotland. That's in Islay. And the wardens up there had seen snippets of behaviour. They'd seen them catching barnacle geese. So no one had properly filmed it as a whole sequence. So we sent our guys up there. And we had to build hides. It's like a needle in a haystack, really, knowing exactly where it's going to happen. So hides in different places, walkie-talkies, and we've got these various different experts. Some are a genius on long lenses, and that's Jessie on a long lens. So it's finding the right team for the sort of right animals. And this is orca, killer whales. We were quite surprised at the behaviour there, and you've probably seen killer whales in the big blue chip series pushing seals off icebergs, but you know, we've got our own killer whales that come to Britain, and they had a really interesting strategy, hunting in the kelps, chasing of getting seals in the kelp channels and then pushing them out to open water. So we had to buy a boat to do that one, and we had a sort of big stabilised camera on a big jib arm there, which we had to be careful not to dip into the water because it was expensive. And it was getting those angles as well. You know, you want to see things as if you're there. So we put cameramen in the water. That's Doug, who we were talking about before, Doug Anderson, who's a brilliant cameraman. And he had to wear a hat just so that they didn't dive at him. That's gannets. And things like macro small things, trying to bring those to life, getting interest to sort of fungi and smaller things. This is Katy, who had a tracking system and incredible lenses to get those really close-up macro angles. And things like the bluebells that we were talking about, just getting some movement into them, using tracking systems. And we did a sequence where we had cable dollies that we tied to trees, and when the bluebells were green, we whizzed them across, then we went back a couple of weeks later and we strapped them back up and whizzed them across again. So just getting all those different angles and different ways of filming them.
The series, I mentioned the messages that are delivered in the series, but it has, as any great documentary does, and particularly wildlife documentary, this really has an afterlife, doesn't it? And I don't just mean it sits on the iPlayer to dip back into, like I have been in recent weeks. What is it leading us to? How does it inspire us? Today at the RSA is all about what can go right. And I'm hoping there's a message here of hope and positivity too.
Yes, so a separate programme was commissioned called Saving Our Wild Isles. We didn't want to sort of leave our audience sort of despondent without something to do. And we felt more than the global programmes, actually this is on your doorstep, you can do something. So Saving Our Wild Isles is a positive programme. It explains more about the issues because we only touched on them to make people think. But it showcases people that are making a difference. So groups that are replanting seagrass, trees, farmers that are farming with nature. So lots of really inspiring projects.
And just in the news this week, there was the reintroduction of dormice into a particular national forest. It's really lovely to hear those stories still emerging, even if I mean, tiny creatures, and then there's all sorts of rewilding and reintroduction programs, aren't there, at the moment? Shall we take a few audience questions? Does anybody, I mean, we've got one of the great wildlife filmmakers with us, so please do. If there's a gentleman at the front here with the, just wait for the microphone to come to you. Do pop your hand up now so I can get a sense of who we might go to next if you've got a question. Great.
Well,
Is it on?
Yeah, well, I'm a great admirer of the Natural History Unit programs. And you said something that struck me, but I know that it's as it is. You were shooting like 1,000, or you were dedicating for the program 1,500 or more than 1,000 days, isn't it?
1,631, we think.
Yeah. Okay. But my question has to do with what happened afterwards, because what I know is that you take, I mean, years to watch every single shoot, and also you have to tag everything, because there is a very sophisticated metadata system that also helps sometimes in detecting using AI certain birds and wildlife. So my question has to do with the process that you take after that, and how I mean, perhaps you can tell us a little bit more about the people that are involved. I know that they are, I mean, when we talk about metadata, we talk about taxonomy, but actually I know that there are many biologists involved in the process.
Hilary, what did you start out as?
I studied biology, so I mean my interest,
great question,
really was the stories which I wanted to tell and share, because there were amazing things happening. And that's a really good question, because we work with lots of specialists, and they are our bread and butter. They are what make our stories. And we see things that they don't see. So they tell us about their research, but they don't sit there day and night trying to get these shots, and they don't have cameras that will shoot in the dark, macro lenses which will show you the hairs on a beetle's legs, you know. So we do share footage with scientists, and we have a good relationship with them. So quite often, usually they're on location with us, advising us about what might happen, and looking at footage as we're getting it, and explaining what's happening. And they will come to our offices afterwards and spend days with us. We just give them the rushes and say, well, just sit and have a look. You know, if you're not making any money from this footage, take it, use it with your students. And some of the footage has inspired people to write PhDs. So there, you know, there's new science coming from it. Also, I mean, as you have pointed out, we have lots of footage left over. You know, all of these days are compressed into a sequence which might last for 5 minutes when you've got, you know, 3 days worth of footage. And Silverback Films are working at the moment on a new initiative where they're trying to package up film which can be used for NGOs and charities for conservation messaging without a cost. So that project is ongoing as well.
Brilliant. Lady in the next row, that's it, perfect.
Thank you. I just think the series was absolutely brilliant. It was spectacular. And if anybody's not watched it, should watch it all. And I'm really glad you mentioned the 6th episode as well. It builds on actually your last point, which was, I'm really curious, what's the story that didn't quite make it into the series that you would love still to be told?
There's always some animals you can't do. So I do love house martins, swallows and swifts, and we didn't manage to cover them. But it's some of the macro stories which are the most surreal, really, some of the life cycles. So there was a story about a zombie ladybird, actually, which we didn't get to film. And it's a story of a parasitic wasp that lays its egg into a ladybird and then sort of starts to develop inside it, but keeps the ladybird alive, so it kind of moves around with this kind of shell of a ladybird on it and then hatches out. It's quite gross, but I haven't quite worked out how to get inside the ladybird yet. That's the challenge.
That is the amazing thing. With the, you know, the one with the shell, with the bee, and I was like, how did you get a camera inside the shell, the snail shell, to film the bee coming in? How big is that camera?
Tiny. So we had an amazing cameraman who just loves a challenge, really. So he'll look at things and develop lenses. So he sawed the end off a snail shell. And these bees, when they're actually doing what they're doing, they're really intent. So if you put one next door to the shell that they're working in, sometimes they'll get a little bit confused and they'll sort of come in. So he had a lens which was able to sort of look right inside. So it's a combination of techniques, really.
Let's take we've got one last question. Can we bring the microphone over to the lady in the pink dress in the middle here? Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely fabulous series. Since you filmed, we've experienced the worst avian influenza epidemic that this country has ever seen. Over 20,000 wild birds, at an estimation, have died. Do you know if that gannet colony has suffered, and gannets in particular have really suffered from the avian flu?
It has suffered, and last year we went back to film some footage at the same angles to show that change. And we had heard that quite a lot of birds had died, but it's not an absolute disaster on this one. That gannet colony has reached capacity, really. So quite a lot of the gannets that had poorer nesting grounds on the outside of the colony are moving in. I mean, the tragedy is that these birds are quite long-lived, so gannets can live for sort of 20-odd years. So it will take time for those numbers to build up again. So, yeah, it has been affected, but there is hope for it.
I'm so sorry we haven't got time for more questions. I really know that Hilary is such a highlight for lots of people today. It's been a personal, complete pleasure speaking to you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please thank Hilary Jeffkins? There's plenty more going on around the house. If you want to find out a little bit more about the impact that we seek to have here at the RSA, the assets that are being harnessed, and a safari through our interventions, topically enough, please head to the Benjamin Franklin room. If you're not sure where that is, find somebody in a teal t-shirt and they will point you in the right direction. There's plenty more going on everywhere, but if you want to stay in the sessions here in the Great Room, we're going to talk to some game changers. And next up, the man who has tried to get our kids to eat more healthily in school, and he wants the same for every single one of us in Britain. He's Henry Dimbleby, and he's here with me in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. It was great, Henry. Thank you so much. Brilliant. He's the co-founder of the Lyon restaurant chain and the Sustainable Restaurant Association. In 2013, he co-authored the School Food Plan. It set out actions to transform not only what our children eat, but also what they learn about food in school. In 2021, he published his government-commissioned National Food Strategy. It extended the eligibility for free school meals. It looked at a sugar and salt tax, food and activities programs for young people during the long summer holidays. His new book, Ravenous, there's a copy of it here and there'll be copies outside afterwards, casts the net beyond our schools to the whole globe. It's described as a plan to get ourselves and our planet into shape. Please welcome Henry Dimbleby. Henry, you describe the food industry as sustaining us and also killing us. What do you mean?
So, the book, incidentally, is when we did the food strategy, I wrote the book with my wife, who, out of the goodness of her own heart, also edited the food strategy as a journalist. And as soon as we published the food strategy, we thought, we've got to turn this into a book, because no one sane is going to download a government strategy from a website and read it. And actually, the ideas are really important. And the kind of central theme of it is that the food system that we have is deeply dysfunctional. It sustains us, but it is by far the largest cause of non-communicable disease. By 2035, it's projected that type 2 diabetes alone is going to cost the NHS what treating all cancers does today. Chris Whitty was, during lockdown, was making lectures online in his spare time about the problems that diet was going to cause to the NHS. And Andy Haldane, actually the CEO of the RSA, former Bank of England chief economist, made a speech a few weeks ago saying it was non-communicable disease was the biggest draw on GDP. So this system is sustaining us, but it is making us sick and impoverished. And that doesn't even mention the fact that it is the biggest cause by far of biodiversity destruction. It is the biggest cause of freshwater pollution, of freshwater scarcity, of deforestation, and after energy, it's the second biggest cause of climate change. So we need to fix it if we are going to have a sustainable, if we're going to protect our environment and protect our health.
How do we get here? In the early chapters of the book, you talk about the fact that it was actually a moment of change, a very exciting moment about generating better crops that has actually led us to this point. Would you just explain to our audience what happened?
Sure. I mean, we start the book because it's kind of important to understand like what went wrong. And the thing that caused the problems was actually one of the great feats of human ingenuity. After the Second World War, we projected that the population of the planet was going to go from 2.5 to 8 billion. In the 12,000 years leading up to that, every time the human population had grown, we just dug up more land to plant more crops. And the scientists pointed out that we were going to run out of land. We dug up all the land. And so if you go back to the newspapers of the late 40s, early 50s, they are full of these projections of Malthusian collapse, starvation, that the human race had run out of road. But the scientists hadn't reckoned on a man called Norman Borlaug. We say in the book that if there was a biopic of Borlaug's life, he would be played by Jimmy Stewart. He was kind of had good square jaw and all-American teeth. But there hasn't been a biopic of him because you don't get famous for stopping something happening. And what he did was, in Mexico towards the end of the war, he bred a new form of wheat which had much higher yielding. He'd crossed it with a short-stemmed Japanese wheat, which meant that these big heads, when the wind blew, didn't get knocked over and the crop destroyed. And when that wheat was combined with nitrogen fertilizer from the Haber-Bosch process and new methods of irrigation, it produced huge yields, and that was repeated for maize and for rice in what ironically became known as the Green Revolution, because it actually was the primary thing that has destroyed our environment. but we now produce almost 2 times the number of calories per person on the planet than we did back then, and we have 8 billion people, not 2.5 billion, and from actually slightly less land, because when the Soviet Union collapsed, a whole load of marginal land came out of production. So it's an incredible success story, but what it has produced is huge quantities. The cheapest calories now are refined carbohydrates, refined vegetable fats, and refined sugar, and 85% of the products that processed food companies make basically are different versions of packaging those up, adding as little real food as possible and selling them to us, and 85% of those portfolios are full of food that is bad for us. So it's been an unwitting disaster.
People like to blame other people for being too fat. We do. We're cruel to other people who are overweight, and we like to think, a lot of us, I think, that it is down to a lack of willpower and a lack of exercise.
Yeah.
In your book, you challenge that very robustly. You're talking about an obesogenic culture, really, aren't you? Saying that we think we're making our own choices when we're not. Can you explain to people why it isn't their own fault if they're too fat?
Yeah, I start the chapter actually on describing this with my daughter Dory one morning looming over me when she was about 7 years old and saying, "Daddy, were you always this chubby even when you were young?" It was a slightly bruising start to the day. So basically, the foods that I've described, there's a what's called a reinforcing feedback loop going on. Our appetite evolved at a time when calories were scarce, and the kind of food that I just described, which is high in sugar, salt and fat, processed food actually has those things in ratios that don't tend to exist in food cooked from scratch. They give you an intense dopamine hit, and if they are low in insoluble fibre, low in water, funnily enough, soft, you eat them faster and you get full less quickly. And food companies have spotted this, and they've spent more and more investing in producing that kind of stuff. We've eaten more, they spent more, we've eaten more, they spent more, and we have got fat. And if you have, it's really interesting, if you look at the bell curve of weight, it's kind of been moving steadily to the right as a population. We've got heavier. 1% of people were obese in 1950 and 28% of people are obese now. That's not to do with a huge collapse of willpower. That is because this diet is sucking us to the right. And you actually see there's a tongue now that extends. So some people have appetites that really struggle with this kind of thing. And I always say to people, like, if you think you are thin, that's some kind of moral virtue, just imagine what it would feel like if you felt at your hungriest, like as if you hadn't eaten for a day all the time, because that is, for some people, that their appetite has dysfunctioned. Now, that doesn't mean to say there's nothing you can do. You know, I kind of like to think we live in a swamp, and fundamentally that's not a healthy place to live, and we should try and improve the environment. But in the meantime, we should be teaching people swamp craft. You know, you can still help, make it a bit better. And for example, people who are struggling, the thing I would say to them is try and manage your appetite. Don't count calories. Eat things that will fill you up. So highly fibrous things, vegetables. Don't eat too much. Don't eat any processed food if you can avoid it, but cut down on it. So you can do stuff. And the other thing is, you mentioned exercise. There was when Boris Johnson, the last thing that was delayed before the bog-offs were delayed yesterday.
Wondering when Boris Johnson will get a mention today.
So Boris Johnson came out of hospital thinking, "Oh my God, I'm sick because I weigh too much," and he then said, "Right, we're going to ban advertising on junk food to kids," which is an incredibly popular policy. We're going to ban bog-offs on unhealthy food, which is a less popular policy. And then the next person in the room said, "No, you shouldn't do that." So, one of Boris Johnson's great talents was always doing what the person in the room with him at the time wanted. And so he delayed the advertising ban. And the Sun newspaper, when he did this, said, this is, Sun says, this is, a return to common sense, away from these nannying principles. What we need is education and exercise. And the corollary of that, both of those things are provably untrue. And the corollary is, if you are sick, it's your own fault for being dissolute and lazy. But the exercise thing is particularly interesting. So there's a new way of measuring energy expenditure, which has become much cheaper recently, which is called the doubly labelled water method, where you get water with some heavy hydrogen and heavy oxygen in it. And you can tell by measuring how that dissipates exactly how much energy people have spent. You used to have to put them in a hood because you had to measure the carbon dioxide, so you couldn't measure what people were doing during the day. And the fascinating thing is that when you measure hunter-gatherers, when you measure sedentary people from Chicago, if you measure indigenous people in the Amazon who go from living in the Amazon to moving to towns, we all burn pretty much the same amount of energy on a population level. So what happens when you go to the gym, when you exercise, is that rather than that being additive, so you don't add those calories to your body spends less energy elsewhere. So exercise is fantastic. It's about the healthiest thing that you can do, but it is lousy at making you lose weight. And we tell people it'll make you lose weight. They go to the gym, they don't lose weight.
They become disillusioned.
And they become disillusioned. Like the single thing they could do to be healthier, and they become disillusioned.
So what is the answer? Because there's an awful lot of conversations at the moment about drugging people into losing weight, which seems a pretty radical solution. Where are you on that?
So it's interesting, Boris Johnson again, his first column for the Daily Mail, which everyone was waiting, for with bated breath for, was about the fact that he had taken this drug. So there is a drug called semaglutide, which mimics the action of GLP-1, which is a hormone that's released from your intestine when you eat that makes you feel full. It's a satiety hormone. And it is remarkably effective at stopping you eating. So I've got a friend, actually, who's on it. She's been on it for 3 years, and she says, this has changed my life. All my life, I've had a horrible relationship with food, and food doesn't taste quite as nice, but, it's been really good for me. Boris Johnson had what quite a lot of people had. He got very nauseous from it, which is what happens to some people. And now in America, the first people to start taking it were Hollywood actors, obviously. And there's now a report of a thing called Wegovy face, which is, Wegovy is the brand name for this thing, which is that it makes your face sag. So all of the plastic surgeons in Hollywood are like... So the question is this a good way to treat the problem? And the answer, I said it was this feedback loop between body and appetite and commercial incentives. And in the food strategy, we attacked the commercial incentives. We said you should do things that make it less attractive to sell this food. Clearly, you can also hack the body. And if you have a BMI of 35, 40, kind of severely obese, and it's been miserable, I would say go to your GP, ask them about this, because it might be the thing that changed your life. But if you talk to any doctors about it, they say that there are two big problems with this. The first is that, as we've seen with the vaccine, any drug that you test on thousands of people and then give to millions of people, Steve Barclay has asked for advice on how much it would cost to give 12 million people in our population this drug. He's the health secretary at the moment. If you do that, you will find tail effects. So there will be side effects, whether it's Wegovy face or something else. And those might frighten off the very people that actually really need it. And then the other thing, which they say is even more worrying, is that a bit like Borlaug solving, the problem Borlaug solved was how many calories can I produce from a square metre of land? But he was optimising for one thing. All of our hormones evolve by random mutation and selection. All of our hormones do multiple different things. So GLP-1 will do all sorts of different things. No one has taken this drug for more than about 5 years, so we have literally no idea what it's going to do down the line. So that is pretty frightening. So I think that I'm not against this. This, by the way, is the Prozac of these things. There are 4 or 5 already coming into us. There'll be more and more of this. So I'm not against them. I just think that, you know, as well as inoculating people against the swamp, some people who are particularly, you know, I think it doesn't mean we shouldn't try and clean up the environment. And funny enough, you know, if you go back, Tony Blair has been saying that that when he banned the smoking stuff, so when he did those things, everyone told him that it was going to be, that everyone was going to hate it, that there was going to be massive backlash, that the Red Wall wouldn't like it. But actually, things like banning advertising of junk food to kids is unbelievably popular. And he said that when he went, you know, to the Red Wall after this, people were coming out on the street saying, oh my God, you know, I can go on the bus. I can go into a restaurant again without stinking of smoke. It means your parents now, which they couldn't with us, would be able to know you were smoking, whereas we could just tell them to be on the bus, which must be tricky. But, but that's, so I think there is definitely much more space to move than people think.
Before we take some questions from our audience, I just want to tilt the conversation back towards the environment, the place, the planet, because we talked a lot about people here. What is the impact that we are having on, I mean, there's a fascinating diagram that looks at, and we measure wild animals by weight, don't we, as a concept of how many wild animals there were pre-modern agriculture, and how many there are now. We haven't got a visual for this, so I don't know if you can best explain it, but the impact that this is having on the environment, and particularly on wild animals, given that we've just had Hilary's conversation about wild isles.
Yes, and fun enough, so there were 2 feedback loops that we talk about in the strategy in the book. One is the junk food cycle, which I described. The other is the invisibility of nature, which was coined by the cleverest man I've ever hugged, Sir Partha Dasgupta, also the nicest man, and he is talking, I think, with Andy Haldane after us. So stay for that, because he will explain it. Amazing, amazing man. But so we use, as an example of how much our food system has overtaken the environment, we use the weight of all humans and all of the animals that we breed to eat, about 80 billion animals a year we kill to eat, and then wild animals. And the animals that we rear to eat at any one time weigh twice as much as all humans and 20 times as much as all of the wild animals. So we have, even since 1970 in this country, we have half the number of farmland birds than we did in the 1970s. Now, we're wiping out. Tanya has a way of describing it, and I can't remember what it is. She's worked out, in terms of people, it's something like wiping out the whole population of China and India and Australasia or something. And we've just completely destroyed other animals on this planet. But the Partha will probably talk about it, but the good news is that we don't actually in any way, in any of the systems we use to measure human success, we scarcely value in the kind of the value of wildlife, of nature. So it's not in your wallet, it's not in the balance sheet of companies, it's not in the way we calculate GDP. So we're effectively, our whole economic growth, Partha calculates, is built on destroying nature because we don't give any cost. In fact, it's worse than that. We subsidize the destruction of nature. He estimates to the tune of $500 billion a year in subsidies to intensive agriculture, fishing, and energy companies largely. So we're giving it a negative. We're paying people to destroy nature. So we shouldn't be surprised that we are consuming it at a huge rate. But the good news is that you can actually stop paying people and you can give it a value. And I'm actually much more optimistic on our ability to bring nature back to our kind of, from the horrifically low levels it is, than I am on the health side, because I think there is a well understood, clear case. If you have time, the economics of biodiversity was a review that Partha Dasgupta did for Treasury. It's a stunning work. It's 600 pages long, And
there is a summary version, isn't
well,
there?
this is interesting. So this is interesting. So initially, you can ask about this, but I'm told by the civil servants, initially he said, no.
Yeah, you have to read the whole thing.
This is it. This is what it is. And then, under great duress, he produced a summary version that's about 150 pages long. And the civil servants said, no, can you do it? Anyway, in the end, the civil servants produced a summary version. And I'm afraid to say that the 600-page version is absolute genius. And the summary produced by the civil servants isn't worth reading. So you're going to have to go. But it's worth it. You're going to have to go for the War and Peace, because it really is an extraordinary piece of work. He actually calculates. It was the first time, because there's this, there's quite a debate about, is it possible for GDP to grow forever? Or is it, and people say, yes, it is, because we could have cold fusion, we could get infinite energy, et cetera, et cetera. But he does a calculation which shows quite how much more efficient we have to get. There's like a mathematical calculation on various scenarios when we will become extinct. It's like brilliant. But it's quite sobering. Basically, it was the first thing that I've read that said, okay, we can't rely on cold fusion to save us.
Should we take some questions from our
yes.
audience? Gentleman in the black short sleeve shirt. Just bring you the microphone.
Hello. Oh, thank you very much. I wonder about any international comparisons that you may have that you feel are doing things a little bit better or doing things the right way. Because personally speaking, I'm struck when I travel that it seems that other countries have a different cultural relationship to food, whether it be an appreciation for seasonality or the provenance, how things grow, where they come from, or how much things should really cost in order for that to be sustainable for the growers as well as for everyone else involved as well. So I'm just curious if there are any good examples you can draw upon.
So, I mean, interestingly, we look at, there's a chapter in the book called The Power of Love, which is about culture and looking at cultures that have got it right. Almost all of them have done it. The state, actually, much more than you would think, has set that culture. But if you look on the health side, we about 57% of the food that we eat in this country is ultra-processed, versus if you look at the southern European states, that's in the kind of mid-teens. So we have Germany's similar to us. We have a very different food culture. There's quite a strong argument that probably began for us during the Industrial Revolution. So we went from, in 1846, when the Corn Laws were repealed, we produced all of our food, pretty much. By the end of the 19th century, we were producing 30% of our food because we had basically moved our workforce into cities to make cloth, which we then sold abroad, and we bought our food. Actually, everyone thinks it's from the empire, but actually it was more South America and a bit from Canada and Australia. So we then, and then in the Boer War, the generals said that the privates who were turning up were just in terrible state. They were short and unhealthy. That's when we introduced free school meals to kind of make our cannon fodder stronger. And so, but we can trace our decline right back to there. The people who have done a really good job, the people who have become rich without becoming obese, are South Korea and Japan. And there are other Asian nations that haven't done this. And both, if you look, we give the example that Japan is really interesting. So we think of the Japanese food culture as being kind of just uniquely healthy and delicious. But actually, when they opened up to the world, again at the end of the 19th century in the Meiji Restoration, they had quite a poor diet. And the emperor saw that the Dutch were the first Europeans to trade with them, because the Dutch were the only people who would stand on the Bible while doing an oath, because the Japanese are very suspicious of people who are religious. And they saw the Dutch and the Chinese come in, and they were huge. And so the emperor said, right, we've got to change our food culture. He started eating red meat, which was taboo, and started talking about it. They brought nutritionists into the army and created whole list of recipes for the army, and then those cooks, army cooks, went on radio. And so things that you think of as kind of typical Japanese dishes, katsu curry, for example, was a British dish. It was fried chicken with curry sauce that was the British Navy used to have on their boats from our time in India.
Presumably to mask how rotten the chicken was. By
Well,
that point.
yeah. So it's completely, and then Japan has carried on doing that. They have, I mean, it's causing problems. They have a very protectionist agricultural policy to produce things, which means they import a lot of food, and actually they don't have enough workers. Their farmers are getting very old. All the schools have proper cooked school lunch every day. The children feed each other. And then if you're in a business, you get weighed every year. And if you are by your employer, and if you are over a certain weight, you get put on a management program. But they have 4% obesity, so it seems to work. So you can, yes. There are very different cultures. They are created by the state, and we have this problem in this. I'm not suggesting that we all be weighed. Maybe we can have a pressure pad so you don't know you're being weighed as you walk into the office. But so we have this problem. We have this kind of relationship with the nanny state in this country. Very laissez-faire thing. The Labour Party actually are worried. Why Tony Blair was talking about it? They're worried as well about the red wall. So we need to overcome that. And actually, intervention, the politicians, as I said before, are behind the public on intervention. The public want more intervention.
And behind some of the industry we were just talking before we came on stage, weren't we?
Yes. So that was extraordinary. One of the president of Danone on Monday went public. One of our recommendations was a salt and sugar reformulation tax. And she came publicly and said, we think we need this kind of intervention. So even the businesses now, some of them are getting ahead of government.
At risk of running over slightly, I don't feel it's fair to only have one question.
I'll answer this question shorter next time. Yes,
Lady at the back,
answers,
just
only.
hang on for the microphone. It's just coming to you now.
Thank you. I'm Marla. I have a very concerning question about you made some wonderful points about healthy eating. So I'm currently working on a program for public health in Lambeth, and this is to do with healthy eating and activity, moving, sport, etc. So I had a second one yesterday. It was a prototype for young people around from 8 till 19 years of age. Loved the food, healthy activities, etc. I work with surplus food, trying to access that to get that out to families in need. But we have this cost of living crisis. And I think people are struggling. They want to eat healthy. I always encourage them to bulk up their food with grains and beans and proteins, anything that it's cheaper but sustainable, and it'll fill the children up. They all want this, but they're finding they can't afford it.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Anything we can do, I know it's a government issue and it's to do with imports, climate change, agriculture.
So yes, that is fundamentally that's not a problem of the food system. It's an economic problem. So the latest free school meals numbers were published last week. 23.8% of our children are eligible for free school meals. That means that a quarter of the children in the country live in a household that within the last 2 years has had a household income of less than £7,400. I mean, it's inconceivable. So that is a problem, but we're not, that is not going to be fixed anytime soon. And we argued strongly that you should take money from the reformulation tax to provide, in particular, good food and fruit and veg for those families. There's a thing called, you might want to go and see it, the Alexander Rose charity. Do you know them? So they're giving families who are living in poverty vouchers for fruit and veg to spend at local markets. And the results have been astonishing. The number of children eating 5 a day has gone from 7% to 64%. The parents are sleeping better, they're less anxious. When you talk to people in that situation, they feel very anxious about the fact that they're not providing the right diet for their children. But at the same time, they often say, if they don't eat it, I can't give them... So it's not like us, where if our child doesn't eat the greens, we can fill them up with something else. They need to buy something that they know the child will eat, and therefore be able to put a fruit bowl on is incredibly you know, that simple thing of having a fruit bar on the table, which would have been seen like a massive extravagance, isn't now. So I think you do. Some people will argue, it's an interesting policy because people both on the left and right don't like it for different reasons. So the right don't like it because they don't like giving people things, and the left don't like it because some people on the left don't like it because they think it is demeaning to give fruit and veg and you should just give money. So, which I understand, but where we came out was there is just so much evidence to show it works, and diet-related ill health is particularly bad in people who are living in poverty, that we took the thing that you can't be too ideological about it.
Henry, thank you. I know there are more questions. I also
I'm
know...
going to be signing books outside, so...
He's going to be signing books outside.
I can talk.
This is what you're looking for. We've got books from a lot of our speakers here today, but Henry Dimbleby with Jemima Lewis, who I understand did all that work for free on the strategy.
She did, and she did all that work free, and for the
every good man
for the school
and all
food plan as well. So she's finally got her, although she complains about the size of the font that her name is in.
Let's hear it for Jemima, everybody.
Thank you.
Book signings, as ever, more events going on all around the house. Please do find out about the workshops. You can very welcome to stay here and listen to the rest of the speakers. But this is not the only room with exciting things happening today.
If you go 2 slides forward, you can see the weight of the animals. 1, 2, there you go. That's the beginning of the Holocene, so that's 2.5 million people and wild animals then, and that is the weight of animals today.
Henry Dimbleby. Don't worry, I'll get them. Great. I'll just wait for them to shut the doors at the back. Just wait for everyone to settle. I think it's probably obvious by now that all day what we're really talking about is that small task of saving the world. Our next two speakers have really skin in the game on this one. Tanya Steele, in green, leads the UK office of the Worldwide Fund for Nature. This is the planet's largest independent conservation organisation. She also happens to be its first female chief executive. WWF have recently published the landmark People's Plan for Nature. Now, this sets out the public vision, the vision of people like you sitting in this room today for the future of nature in the UK, and the actions that we really do need to take to protect and renew it. And it just so happens we have someone from the Assembly as well. Charlie Beattie is a 17-year-old student and the youngest member involved in the People's Assembly for Nature. Charlie is a true political activist attending protests regarding climate change and queer youth rights. Please welcome them both. Tanya, will you start off by explaining to us how the idea came about and how you executed the People's Plan for Nature?
Well, it came very much. I know some people will have seen earlier Hilary, who shared some insights into the Wild Isles series. This is a landmark television series that ourselves and RSPB co-produced with the BBC. And we knew, just seeing the content, that it would actually start to set a conversation underway in the UK, because what our research and our polling had found us is that people had actually been really shocked to find out that the UK isn't necessarily this green and pleasant land. It's one of the most nature-depleted countries on the planet. And what our polling also tells us is, actually, as citizens, we all feel pretty overwhelmed and we don't know what we're going to do. So we kicked off a national conversation. We asked 3 very simple questions, and we were pretty amazed by the volume of responses. We had 30,000 responses, and that set really us the course to establish a world first in creating a nature assembly, which we were hoping the participants, 103 participants from all 4 devolved nations, would hopefully set about thinking about what a people's plan for nature could be.
Charlie, you were one of them.
Yes.
You were the youngest. Mum also applied and didn't get on, did she?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Did you know what you were letting yourself in for? Why was it something that appealed to you?
I attended a lot of climate change protests from quite a young age, and in general I was kind of always raised by the idea that the world needed saving and there's always something going on. And the Assembly really spoke to me because I had no idea the severe depletion of nature in the UK. I had no idea how bad any of it was. So to be involved in something that could potentially fix that was really intriguing.
How did you choose your panel?
It was entirely randomly chosen. This is where we worked with some real experts to do that. And it was a random selection process that ultimately, in the end, brought forward, I think it was in the end, it was about 107 participants, but 103 kind of went through the full course. I was joking with a dear Guardian journalist who was on the panel, and she went saying she expected it to be full of lots of other eco-activists. She couldn't have been more surprised in terms of the breadth of people, of age groups, of socio-economic backgrounds. But it was actually about people who were curious and really interested, I think, to join in the 4 weekends of learning with academics, with farmers, with businessmen, with economists, to actually help them lay out the problems and then invite them to offer up some solutions.
Charlie, tell us a bit about the experience then. We heard about the 4 weekends, the 103 people who saw it through to the end. What did you actually do? How did it work?
So for the first assembly, we had an icebreaker night on the first night. We had dinner together, got to know each other, and pretty much from then on, we went straight into it. We had speakers, a couple every single day. We were separated into randomized tables, and we just kind of listened to what everybody had to say, and then at the end of a speaker's turn, we would get together as a group and figure out what in that speaking was so important, how is this relevant to us, and how does this relate to nature in the UK in general.
And then how easy was it to get consensus? I mean, talking as Tanya said about such a wide range, I mean, curious is one thing. You're clearly really invested. Did you find it frustrating at times?
Very. Everybody had a lot of different opinions, especially during the first few weekends when everyone was still kind of getting to grips with the idea that everything is as terrible as you think it is. I think that what kind of started to change people's minds was towards, I think during the second and third weekends, we kind of had more opinions to ourselves in that it wasn't so randomized, and we were able to choose which parts and which calls to action we were as invested in. So it became less of a, oh, I don't really care about this, and more, I'm currently sitting in a group of people who are really interested in what we're talking about and what part of the assembly this is.
Did you learn a lot?
Oh, yeah. I had no idea how bad everything was, and I think when we first entered the assembly, a lot of us were kind of under the impression that nothing we could do in our communities in general could really help, and that everything was relying on the government and what we could put forward in this assembly. But I think that one of the key things that everybody learned at the end was that we can actually make a difference ourselves. It's not just relying on them. Everybody has to make a change in order for the change to be done.
Yeah. I mean, that's a key message today that Andy Haldane, the CEO here at the RSA, is really keen for us all to talk about. We know there are problems, don't we? But that idea that there is hope, and when you're talking and storytelling, the storytelling idea comes out a lot. Do you feel that that's a little bit about what the People's Plan for Nature and the Assembly was about, was capturing some storytelling?
I think in some ways there's no doubt, and again I could only observe, you know, at a real distance. I was dying to engage and obviously not allowed to, but it was the stories that actually people honed in on. Participants were really keen to draw some conclusions and actually see some action. I mean, there were 26 recommendations, and I know Charlie has a copy of the plan here as well, and there is an awful lot of detail in there and an awful lot of consideration as well, and we're starting to see some progress as well on the discourse on nature. It's not just something to enjoy at the weekends. Actually, we're starting to, this has enabled us to really start a dialogue around economics, business, and indeed what society might do in order to take some of this action forward.
But it is really empowering, isn't it? We're going to talk to Rebecca Solnit later on, whose latest book is here on the table, and she's going to talk about Not Too Late. It's empowering to believe that as individuals, our opinions and what we want to change matters, that it isn't just the state or industry that has a say, or even just agriculture. Is that part of the story? Is this why you did this, in order to capture individual voices too?
Unquestionably. And I guess I'd say a couple of things. The third, I mentioned at the start we'd ask these 3 questions to kick off, if you like, a national conversation and get some feedback. The third question really honed in and asked people on examples they'd seen and experienced of actually where progress was being made, where nature had bounced back, and there were some incredible examples. So we can hone in on the doom and gloom, and there's no doubt, if we think about the climate and the nature crisis, we are at, you know, a minute to midnight, but it is still in our grasp to do something about it. And I think for citizens' agency within that, both in how we cast a vote, both in how we have expectations around business, our governance mechanisms, and the choices we make, I think that's really central to this.
It's really interesting to me that you can be part of that, but you can't vote yet in this country. Tiny bit of politics there for you. What are you most proud of in the Plan for Nature?
I think I'm most proud of the call to actions about education, because the unanimous decision towards the end of the assembly was that everybody sort of realized, I had no clue about any of this. I had no idea the severity of it. I had no idea just how bad things are. And I know that I've already said this, but it was truly unanimous among everybody. There wasn't a single person who left that assembly who didn't learn something new, and I think that it's really important that we spread that, because if we don't, then I mean, how can a change truly be made if we don't spread the education and spread that call to action specifically, in my opinion?
We put a lot of pressure on the younger generation because we keep talking about the fact that this is their planet, their future. Does that feel weighty on your shoulders and the shoulders? I thought it might. Yeah. How do we alleviate that? Because we're not too old to do it too.
I completely agree, and I think it's entirely wrong. I think we absolutely have to have this next generation firmly in our sights in terms of what role we might play, as opposed to being bystanders in protests, in concerns being raised. And I mean, in fairness, there are some things that we're starting to move forward on, and actually Charlie has played a very important role in this. We are seeing institutions step forward. Recently, the Food and Farming Commission and Countryside Commission committed to kick off a piece of work over the summer in terms of a national conversation on food. We've just, in the last 7 days, secured 2 amendments in the House of Lords, and Charlie was very much there meeting with parliamentarians, members of the Lords. And those were 2 very important, it sounds terribly technical, but very, very important amendments. One was in terms of regulatory regime for oversight on nature, thinking about that, you know, the Bank of England as a regulator. The second was around due diligence, and that's about businesses carrying out due diligence before their supply chains or their actions actually are destroying what is effectively our national heritage as well. But we're also seeing businesses start to both understand the risk within their own operations, their ability to achieve their climate targets, whether it's net zero, and frankly their employees saying, you know, we are really concerned about participating in the workplace if actually the work we do is driving this damage for the future as well. So we're seeing both the public move, but actually some of the mechanisms in the institutions start to move around us. The question is, how quickly can we move and how certain can we be that we can actually get some of these actions underway?
Where in particular, Tanya, would you most like to accelerate our ambition and our sense of urgency?
I think unquestionably on our food and farming system, and I know Henry Dimbleby just spoke and is a dear friend in that regard, but we have to look at the data. I mean, ultimately, 60% of our biodiversity, our nature, is lost due to the way in which we produce and consume food, and we're part of that as citizens. It's also responsible for 30% of human-made emissions as well. So we've kind of got the climate and the biodiversity dimension. But I think importantly, what we can't do is just blame farmers and food producers in this regard. We've all enjoyed quite cost-effective food over the years, but also it's the incentive system. So let's move the incentive system, and I know Partha Dasgupta will be speaking shortly as well. What is the incentive system that ensures that we produce healthy and sustainable food for the future, which also means we've got a healthy planet for future generations to live on as well?
Do you see that as the most urgent area as well, food and farming, from your work on the Assembly, Charlie, or would you look to another area?
I would agree that it is incredibly urgent, but I think that another part of the plan that is just as important is enforcing the government legislation, because without the government putting environment and nature at the heart of all current and even existing legislation, we can't fix the damage that has already been done. So I think that whilst food and farming is definitely a huge important part, I think that holding the government accountable and putting forward some of that legislation is also an extremely important part.
How did you find it going and lobbying? It sounds like you did, you know, with that work you were doing at the House of Lords and the amendments.
It was actually really interesting. I felt that the MPs and Lords who were there were interested in what we had to say. I think that they also had a little bit of their own biases towards what we were saying, but they were very, very open, and they were definitely receptive to what we had to say in regards to the government and legislation.
I'm interested, because I mentioned at the beginning that you're a true campaigner and activist, even though you're only 17 years old. Do you think that there is something to take forward from the Assembly and the plan that is applicable to other areas of life in terms of capturing the public and the broad public sentiment and mood and appetite for change in other areas of our lives?
Well, this is still sort of related to nature, but one of the main parts of the People's Plan was establishing a citizens' assembly, and a permanent citizens' assembly based around nature and based around what the government can do to help. And I think that a citizens' assembly could actually be applicable to many ordinary life problems. The idea of talking to the people instead of just one or two people, having a variety and a different perspective from everybody can truly make a difference when it comes to actually changing whatever the problem is.
We're told we can vote, and that's how we can change things. But for some people, that's not quick enough at the moment, is it, Tanya?
Definitely not. We need some action now, and we can see too many gaps. But I think also, though, to build on Charlie's reflections, I was pretty blown away by the quality of public policy making in action in that room. I mean, the quality of the debates, the discussions, and the way in which those issues were being weighed up. And I think there's something we can learn within what is, you know, the home of democracy, within a thriving democracy. How do we ensure that we have that kind of active public policy making that actually goes right the way through into our parliamentary system? And certainly on nature, we'd love to see that. But I think there's some lessons more generally.
You mentioned the Guardian journalist. I read her piece about the Assembly and the plan. She was quite aggrieved that by the end of the process, people were still ordering meat at the get-together meal. Do you think there is still a disconnect between what we say we want to see and what we're prepared to do as individuals?
I mean, there's no doubt it's human nature as well. But I'm a great believer that, I guess there's a couple of things. I think that there is a space for a very varied diet. We know that diet, in this case, is an example of adjustments we need to make. I'd also say that we do need to ensure that we have a whole range of structures that actually make some of these choices a lot easier, and I'm not sure those choices are so easy, whether that's the way in which they're priced, whether it's the availability in the supermarket, but also, sure, as citizens, we do need to respond to this a little bit as well.
Let's open this up to the floor. We've got roving microphones. If you've got a question about the People's Assembly, or indeed the plan, or indeed Tanya's wider work, then please do. Yeah, absolutely. Chap in the middle towards the back.
Thanks so much, that was really interesting. So throughout today, we've heard such amazing stories about young people, and all of our faith should be in young people. But it really feels to me like that is absolving responsibility. It is saying, you know, Maya said at the beginning of the day, most of these problems should have been solved before she was born. And we're almost saying now, okay, we can't do this, let's let young people do it. And then my fear is that then the response is, let's do lots of these participatory exercises where we have lots of great discussion, but nothing is actually done, and power isn't given away. And this, I think, is a more fundamental question over where does the power lie in this sector, in nature. Have you seen any really good examples of power being given to these citizens' assemblies? Have we seen good examples of people being able to have control over the nature debate that they are taking part in?
Thank you. It's a great question. I'll go into Tanya with it. Did you feel powerful or empowered, Charlie, while you were part of the process?
I did. I think one of the most important parts of the Nature's Assembly itself is I understand the idea that this is just a plan. There hasn't actually been any action, or we have yet to see the action and results. But also, I'd like to remind everybody that this is very early days. It was only launched in March. We spoke to Parliament literally on Tuesday. There is stuff happening. I mean, even being here today is an example of being involved in the nature debate. And it doesn't seem like much, but at the end of the day, it's definitely better than nothing. And it's signs of a future where even more is happening, and it's going to go forward even more.
Thank you. Tanya, yeah, well done. Tanya, what's your assessment of a great question that boils down to, is enough power being given away here to the right people?
Absolutely. I mean, when I was very kindly invited to this event, I said I'd only attend if I could bring a member of the People's Assembly. Because ultimately, I think what Charlie and the other participants have to say is actually much more important than me at this point in time. So I completely agree. More broadly, I guess I'd answer your question in two ways. First of all, I think too much is being put on the citizen and actually the younger generation. I think Mya-Rose is exactly right. And it's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. The way in which power and financial flows work within any setting, particularly democratic setting, is largely through our government, if you like, certainly our financial institutions and our businesses. And that's where we really have the opportunity to make changes. And I don't say that to catcall, I say that as an invitation, and there's no doubt that many of those institutions are moving and are listening. But ultimately, they are the duty bearers. They are the ones that are driving, in economics terms, the externalities, the damage and the loss that we're seeing. So we absolutely must invite, but we also must hold them to account to make that shift. In terms of where are we seeing some of these moves and changes, I think it's patchy, but there are definitely parts of the world where we are seeing some of these moves and changes, and unquestionably the legal system's been very helpful. I'll shortly be travelling to Brazil, to the northeastern parts of the Amazon, and seeing the role of indigenous communities realising their rights, reasserting their rights against a whole range of incursions, etc., in order to ensure that they own and steward, in this case, the land. There are definitely glimmers of that, but we have so much more to do.
We're going to come on to things like that, I think, with Rebecca later on, because as well as owning the power, you've got to own the story as well, haven't you, when it comes to climate? That was a great question. Thanks so much. Would anybody else like to ask a question? Yes?
I have a loud voice. What can we do to help? I mean, it's so inspiring, particularly someone not yet ready to vote who's done all this.
I think she's ready, she's just not allowed to.
I think we're ready for her, actually. I think we're really ready for her. But, how can we help?
I think one of the things that could be helpful is sending letters to your local MPs. We want to push this plan forward as much as possible. We want as many people to see it as possible. Talking to your local community, talking to your MP are great ways to just even have it in local circulation. And by doing that, you can further advance the message even more than you probably think you can.
Do you like to add to that, Tanya? Firstly, to agree. So I'll do a website plug, go on to saveourwildisles.org.uk. There's a series of sort of email actions or invitations to write to your MP. Again, the number of MPs I sit down with, and they do reflect and talk about what's in their mailbag. They care about it, they take note of it. So certainly if it has nothing on these issues, then they're obviously not necessarily going to spot it. Certainly, is there something you can do in your community? One of the things we launched as part of the series with Wild Isles, and more generally in terms of the action following the People's Plan for Nature, is a community fund. This is something that Aviva has very kindly co-funded with us, and for every £1 raised by a community group to rewild, to create outdoor space, they will match it to £2 extra on top. So there are absolutely things and steps that you can take personally. And I guess the final thing I would say, particularly as members of the RSA, you hold more influence than most. You have incredible careers, incredible networks. Think about what opportunities you might have to influence, whether it's in your workplace, whether it's within your broader network, to actually download a film. We have a series of business films on this issue. Or actually to consider your own impact on your own footprint.
What a great note on which to end. Holding you lot to account. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure talking to you both. Tanya and Charlie, thank you. Please remember, if you want to get involved here or at home, if you're watching online, you can use the Fellows platform Circle on social media. Just whatever social media you're using, just ensure you use the hashtag RSA Fellows Festival. I'm handing over to Andy Haldane, the CEO of the RSA, for a much trailed by almost all of our guests conversation with the economist and ecologist Sir Partha Dasgupta next. Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you.
Just waiting for the iPad, Partha, and then we'll kick off.
Sure, absolutely.
In case there are any online questions as well.
Thank you.
It'll update.
Right. I think we'll kick back off. This is the... Excellent. I've never had a heckler that early, actually, in a session. Hadn't realised my kids were in. We have a real treat, because our third nature game changer really has changed the game when it comes to understanding of nature and its link in particular with the economy. So Partha Dasgupta's 2021 review, The Economics of Biodiversity, really was a signature publication, much for the UK, but globally actually, in changing the terms of the debate. And as Jules mentioned, Partha's already had several shout-outs today by the prior speakers, including Henry Dimbleby, who said, Partha, that you were the cleverest man he had ever hugged. Praise indeed for Henry.
He has low standards.
Please join me in welcoming Partha Dasgupta. Thank you very much. Thank you. Partha, I want to start way back, actually. I want to start way back 300 years ago, which was the birth of Adam Smith. He's 300 years old, as you know, this year. Prominent RSA fellow, I should hasten to point out. For many, the founding father of the economics profession that we're both a part of. How is it, Partha, the economics profession neglected nature as part of the wealth of nations for so long, do you think?
That's a tough one, largely because I'm quite innocent of the history of my subject. History of economic thought is not something I have entered into, but I think there is a charitable explanation, which is that locally there have been environmental problems, and there's much that was written, I think, in the 19th century over pollution in London, sewage and so forth, and then the Thames about to burn with toxic waste and so forth. But there is a generous interpretation in as much as globally the human economy was not very large relative to the biosphere until relatively recently, and I'll come back to that as to how recently it is. It's striking that one can be quite precise about it, by the way. So you might think that if we are small fry, and it's a huge amount of stuff out there, Mother Nature is huge, all-embracing. Well, she's generous enough, so we don't cost her when we take things. We don't pay for it. So, globally. Locally, of course, the matter is different. And where societies fell under, they were not really recorded, because that happened in Latin America, or the Mayans disappeared, or the Icelandic. And that came to light, at least globally, very recently with paleoecology. The data are now much firmer than they were before. There's no hearsay anymore. There are signatures in the soil and ice and so forth. But globally, we were small. And of course, the birth of economics, namely these islands here, they had outsourced their need for biodiversity, as we still do. So when The Economist tells us that, The Economist does that on a weekly basis, that the environmental laws here are strangulating economic growth, because what's there if you eat into another bat family? building purposes and so forth, it can get away with it because our economy doesn't really depend on the biodiversity of this country. It matters to us as householders, of course. You worry about your garden. We all do. And the lack of parks in the neighborhood and so forth. But the GDP can keep on growing, at least for a while, continue to grow, because we are basically importing stuff, the primary products from Africa, Latin America, South Asia. And that's where the biodiversity loss is being felt. And we're not paying for it. I'll come back to that too if you want to. So there's a perverse set of indicators. So that may be a reason. Now, things changed enormously after the Second World War, because the data are now, it's one of those rare occasions where economic data fit in very well with geophysical data. Geophysicists now, the earth scientists rather, they regard 1950 as being the year, as a totem, where we entered the Anthropocene. And the point is that economic activity, if you measure it in terms of GDP, global GDP, say that that's a measure of economic activity, not necessarily economic well-being, but activity, then that really shot up from about 1950. I mean, from year 1 CE to 1950, it was up to 1750 or so per capita, in global GDP per capita was pretty stagnant. I mean, fluctuations obviously goes without saying in a 2,000 year or 1,700 year period. But on the whole, it was constant. People were poor for most of the last 2,000 years. It took off with the Industrial Revolution, but nothing substantial until, as I say, it really took off about 1950. And GDP has grown by a factor of 15, or multiple of 15, in 70 years. So there's been a huge pressure on the end. But for some reason, and I think I also, since you asked me about, I do know about our habits of economists, even if I don't know the history of economic thought. Like many other disciplines, we tend to, most economists work on the last paper they read. And then you want to improve upon it, obviously. You want to show, you need tenure or PhD or whatever. It's very standard. There's nothing wrong with it. This is exactly right. But if you have neglected nature all this, you've got to follow a trajectory of inquiry, which you're fine-tuning as you move on. There are new questions you ask, but it's around that trend. Historians call it path dependence. It's a term that you probably have heard of. So I think that has enabled contemporary growth in development economics and the economics of poverty to essentially neglect nature. Now, final remark about that, and that is that we forget. I mean, you might think the way I'm describing things, this is academic stuff. Journals like the Economic Journal, American Economic Review, what the hell has that got to do with people's perceptions? But I think you'd be quite wrong in thinking so, that they are deeply connected, because the entire language we use as citizens, not as economists, but as citizens, is shaped by what we read in newspapers, magazines, general conversations, and utterances of politicians. And decision makers today were yesterday's students, many of whom were actually economic students. So the synergy between what's going on in academic economics and our conception of economic possibilities of the future is quite powerful, in my judgment, until it's sort of rattled with evidence. And I guess that's where my review comes in.
And on your review, I mean, a couple of years on now, tell me, what's going well, what's changed off the back of the review, and what, as importantly, is going less well? What have been the disappointments so far, at least, in what's been picked up?
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I should say that the review it's not a It's not new economics. It's very orthodox economics, largely because my subject is a fabulous one, the language that we're given from Adam Smith onwards, and we have some towering people, teachers of mine. So it's the misuse of economics, of the language, that's the criticism, not the tools that we have. So there's nothing, the economics in it has not been criticized by anybody. Absolutely none. There's not a single. I think there's one article which was very critical of it on not YouTube and Google, I guess. It's not been published or anything like that. But then that's for theological reasons. It doesn't like economics at all. So, but otherwise, no, that hasn't been questioned at all. And I like to think that's because the economic reasoning is sound. It's okay. And then, of course, it's backed up by the ecological input. Ecologists have had a lot to do with it on the review. I've been taught by some of the great masters of ecology, so that's worked all right. So what's gone well? One of the recommendations was that we should move away from using GDP as a measure of economic well-being and economic progress. This is not to say we shouldn't use GDP, because it is an indicator of economic activity. And for short-run macroeconomic policy, you want to know, how much of waste is there now. So that's a very reasonable thing to do. But for long-run, medium to long-run assessments of the progress or regress of an economy, it really is not just wrong, it's deadly wrong. It's deadly wrong because, among other things, it misses out on the depreciation of capital assets that come together with rise with economic activity. Now, for buildings, and human capital is the easiest one in some sense because it's predictable. We will all die, taking our human capital with us, knowledge and so forth. So you can account for that. That's not a problem. For buildings and roads and everything, well, there are standard methods of estimating at what rate they're depreciating, and you keep depreciation allowances, so for repair works, replacement, and so forth. So that's included, largely because they may be 2-3% a year or something, and that can be accommodated. But Mother Nature is different. We can actually wipe her out locally, the drop of a hat, or by plugging in the chainsaw, or whatever, or running a bulldozer across. So you can depreciate nature, destroy nature is the better way of putting it, even while GDP is growing, and you wouldn't, of course, notice it because the statistics won't give you any details of it, especially if it's happening elsewhere, by the way, which is where I began. So, the criticism that GDP is bad news as a goal, it's been around for quite a long time. The trick was to find something to replace it with, one that would conform with the idea of human well-being. And there is an index, which is wealth. And you asked me about Adam Smith. Well, I may not know anything about the history of economic thought, but I do know he wrote a book called The Wealth of Nations. And the only thing is that the notion of wealth that I was advocating, and with others that whom I've published papers, is richer than Adam Smith's because it includes nature, ecosystems as capital assets. So that's been the innovation. So I won't go into it any further, but the idea is to track the wealth of nations. Now, that's been a success. That, in the following sense, our statistical offices in many of the countries, like UK, Chile, China, Japan, Australia, they're adopting now satellite accounts of the states of the environment, or natural capital, as you call it, okay? We won't go into the way how you measure it, but the idea is to see whether it's improving or deteriorating, and if it's deteriorating, that's a depreciation that's being missed in the GDP. So that's a success, in the sense that maybe the time was right. It's not because of the review, it was in the air, and it's gone well. What hasn't gone well? Well, we subsidize nature, the use of nature. to the tune, globally, to the tune of $5 to $7 trillion a year, which is something like 5 to 6% of global GDP. So that means it's not only, Mother Nature is not only free to be used, but she has comes with a negative price. So you can see it's sort of really a mandate for, assaulting nature. And I think you discussed that at Henry Dimbleby's farm subsidies and so forth. That's related. So, and that's not about to be removed, but if it does so, it'll be very. But the sad thing is that economists really aren't working on the implications of their removal, because there'll be huge distributional changes that will take place. The direction of technological change will be affected, naturally, because if Mother Nature is treated as though she's valuable, then new knowledge, new technology will be there will direct us to economize on her use, not to plunder her further. Okay? So there's a huge implications which haven't been studied, are not being studied. And in any case, this policy hasn't come to fruition. So that's been one. A second disappointment, and I'm saying it only because it'll suggest to you how far we really need to broaden our conception of economic possibilities, is over the open oceans, open seas. They're common property resources. They used to be called the common heritage of mankind in the 1970s, if I remember correctly. And they're actually they're free. Trillions of dollars of merchandise are shipped across the oceans, but nobody's paying a rental charge for the use of that property, because nobody owns it. Which means, of course, the pressure on the oceans is high. Quite apart from the fishing, deep sea fishing, pollution, dead zones that we are creating, all come because we're treating her as a free good. So the suggestion that I'd made was that we should try and think of have a international body created with a view to monitoring its use and having the power to tax the use of the observable use of the oceans. And crude calculations suggest we could raise, double-digit, maybe even more, billions of dollars per year, because the traffic is huge. What do we do with that money? One possibility, of course, development purposes and so forth, because it'll be a global fund, not in particular countries, because the oceans belong to all of us. One thought was that we should negotiate with countries which are home to the tropical rainforests, because they supply a public good, like, among other things, maintaining biodiversity and the climate. And the thought here was that we complain from outside that the size of Portugal is being lost every year in Brazil. But the Brazilians can come back, and the president did say until last year, before the last election, but why should Brazil be responsible for the whole world? It's a global public good, but our territory is our territory, and we are going to develop, we want to develop, and the way to develop, given the public demand for meat, is cattle farms and soybean plantations and so forth. And that's why we're cutting down and you can't, there's a logic behind it. We may not like it, but there's logic behind it. So the idea is that you negotiate a payment system, as we now do here, locally, with farmers. You pay farmers for. So the idea is, again, payment for ecosystem services. Now, I've had many conversations with international decision makers on this since my review was published. And they all said, yeah, it's a very nice idea, but the world doesn't have an appetite for such an undertaking, yet another international institute. So I had to point out that after the Second World War, when Europe was on her knees and East Asia was completely shattered, we created the UN, World Bank, IMF, all the UN subsidiaries, and you name it, Marshall Plan. But we don't seem to have that kind of boldness of thought. So that's been a disappointment.
Well, not yet. I want the audience to collect some questions, because time is short. Who'd like to pop a question to Partha on this fascinating area. There we go, we'll start at Tanya at the back.
Partha, thank you very much for sharing the summary of all the work you've done over a long period of time. You've just finished almost with a provocation in terms of if we were to almost reinvent the Bretton Woods movement, if you like, in terms of the establishment of institutions, or indeed create some form of global Marshall Plan. So there's no doubt that the US and Western powers created that before. If you were king for a year or for a day, where do you think that sort of focus might come from in the world to almost create that new Marshall Plan? And where would you sit down? Who would you sit down with to recommend this?
I wouldn't accept kingship precisely because I'm incompetent. I really can't comment on that because I wouldn't know where to begin. I wouldn't know what to look for. I don't. I like to think, because I've always lived in democratic societies, that this is where the likely action is. There is still some idealism left. And when I say that it hasn't received much support, I should say that it was with some regret I heard. The voices I heard back was one of regret, not sort of, this is pie in the sky or anything. It's not pie in the sky, it's pure economics. I mean, it's a public good, and it's not being common property resource, and its use is not being paid for. And that just first year economics. So it's nothing deep about it. It's just that thinking about it, it certainly struck me that the amount of attention we pay to the atmosphere as a sink for carbon, and that's also a common property resource, and that's why we have these climate agreements and so forth. The comparable discussion hasn't ensued over the oceans. No, I wouldn't know. I mean, I still like to think that it'll be the Western countries which will generate it, but not at the moment, I don't think. Yeah.
Time for one more question. We'll take it just here. Thank you.
Hi, Partha. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. One statement you made was that GDP should not be the only measure of progress, and it doesn't include certain costs. I wanted to ask, do you have any suggestions on a more holistic way of measuring progress?
Suggestion?
Do you have any suggestions on another way of measuring
Oh, yes, I was
progress?
actually hinting. I mean, I was, obviously, because of time limitation, I can't elaborate on it. There is one which is completely kosher. I mean, it's built on a theorem. It's not just, I haven't plucked it out of there and saying this is what's good. You want to be able to prove that it moves in the same way as human well-being does. It's a measure, social value of social worth of the set of all assets that the economy has access to. And that we would call that wealth, because wealth is the value of your assets. Okay? But this one is more extensive than normal notions of wealth because it includes natural capital. Okay? And that can be, and it's what the national statisticians are doing are not to, I think wisely, not to estimate the wealth of, say, the UK. Instead, they're focusing attention on one component of wealth, the one component which is missing in any conception of wealth that's currently deployed, namely natural capital. And I think that's a good move. That's correct, because it focuses attention on the most vulnerable set of assets that a country, that we have access to. And of course, it needs to be compared to the growth, let's say, in human capital, produced capital, that's for sure. An idea would be to add them up and then see whether on balance it's growing. And if it is, that will be like a sustainable development index. That's exactly right. That would be correct, and that can be proved to be the case. We call it inclusive wealth. Now, one institution is doing the inclusive wealth calculation for a set of 150 countries or so. Extremely crude, goes without saying. These are early days for it. And that's the United Nations Environment Program. They're producing now a biennial report, the Inclusive Wealth Report, to track inclusive wealth, this notion of wealth across. So that's been a success. It'll be refined over the years, goes without saying. But that's the idea. You move away from income to wealth.
Partha, final question from me. So the theme of today is what could go right. For us to be optimistic. I'd love you to leave us all in the room and online with some optimism about how we can do a better job with nature than we have over the past 300 years and counting.
Yeah, and I think here I do feel optimistic about it, but largely because I think I've got a very biased set of signals I receive. I live in the UK, and which is very far more progressive than many other societies I can think of. But we like to think on these economic matters invariably in terms of the central government as the agency. And in my review, I wasn't, although it was commissioned by the Treasury, UK Treasury, and they supported it extensively, very well. I'm very grateful to them. The review wasn't written for the Treasury. I was addressing the citizen. That's absolutely clear right from the beginning. And it seems to me that's where really the action is, because for a variety of reasons. But since you ask, it's a deep question you've asked, and I mean, I'm trying to give an answer which responds to the depth of the question. The action really is not so much the government. It should be, in a democratic society, be a reflection of what the citizens want. But the reason the citizens are particularly important here is that nature is very mobile. And we know that, but there are some consequences of it. One is that what we do affects people at a different time, at a different location. And that's one reason. And so we care about what others are doing, or we should care about what others are doing. It's not something that we should necessarily take for granted. It's something we can negotiate over, just as I was talking about the Brazilian rainforest. That's the kind of interaction that we need. And secondly, the reason it's important, why we as citizens, it's important, is that many of Mother Nature's processes are silent and they're invisible. Now, think through what that might mean. It means that you can't depend only on the legal system to control, or to advise us on our behavior. We don't steal because we might, well, partly because we don't want to steal, that's for sure, but there's a deterrence effect, if you like. There's a police out there, there's a legal system. Things can go wrong, I might get caught and I go into prison. That's a deterrence thing. In traditional societies, you didn't quite have the law, but you had social norms of behavior. You get, if you're not spanked, you get socially sanctioned if you're doing things which are antisocial. And antisocial here could be taking too much fish from the pond, or taking too much timber, or taking more water from the pond than you're entitled to. So there are rules and regulations which have guided our use of Mother Nature's resources throughout society, throughout history, goes without saying. But when it's silent and invisible, those processes can't be either monitored by anybody else but yourself. So it's a sort of, I end with the plea that we really need an education system where we treat nature, we feel something's wrong in our mistreating nature when nobody is looking, even when no one's looking. Okay, so I have hopes, because if I think there's more and more engagement with the fact that our customary economic policies have many other ills, of course, but amongst the gravest ills is our treatment of nature, then it'll be we who will direct public decision makers, because we do have the tools. That's not a problem. It's not as though there's a pandemic and nobody knows what the virus is. That's not true. We're very much in command of the information of social institutions that are required, which includes education, by the way. So the review actually ends with a plea for a reform of our education system to introduce nature studies from primary school onwards up to the end of our education. The hope is that in some sense, just we learn to read and write, we ought to know something about, and count. We need to understand something about what's going on under our feet.
Please join me in thanking the wonderful Partha Dasgupta. Absolutely, absolutely brilliant as ever. Don't go too far. We'll be back on stage in 2 or 3 minutes with the Secretary of State for Culture, Lucy Frazer. See you back in a second. Right. Welcome back, everyone. Now, you'll know... Bit of order. Instantly seizes the room, right? We're discussing creativity, creative industries, right from our first panel this morning. And the RSA is making a big push to do more on this front. We're hosting now, as of 2 weeks ago, the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre. We've got lots of projects in the field, helping nurture those creative clusters. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be welcoming to the festival today the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, Lucy Frazer. Fresh this week. The timing could not be better, with having published the eagerly awaited and indeed warmly welcomed, Lucy, SEC Division for the Creative Industries. Lucy's going to say a few words to kick us off, then we'll have a chit-chat, and then over to you in the audience to ask Lucy any questions on the creative industries. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Lucy Frazer.
Well, thank you very much, Andy, and it's such a pleasure to be here at this prestigious event. There's no doubt in my mind that the RSA is one of our great institutions, one with an illustrious history as an organisation that has really been at the forefront of social impact for over 260 years, one that's been the home to radicals and change makers throughout history: Marx, Mandela, Marie Curie. When I was invited to speak at the RSA, like any good former barrister, I did my research. And I was struck by our shared outlook. I feel like we're singing different copies of the same hymn sheet. The RSA is about turning world-leading ideas into world-changing action, about helping shape a world where everybody can fulfill their potential. Grand ambitions, but ones that are grounded in realism. And my outlook as Culture Secretary echoes yours. I share a belief in optimism and positivity, particularly in the theme of today's festival about what could go right. Because I represent a department which is absolutely full of potential and opportunity. A department that can level up an area through its facilities, its culture, and its jobs. A department that offers hope for young people and old people alike. And I want to come back to that important word that I see all over the RSA's website, and that word is potential. And I wanted to start with a story that I shared the last month's Enders Conference. It's a story about a brilliant woman called Yetta. Yetta understood the importance of potential, opportunity, and optimism. Her parents were Russian, and they came to this country as refugees fleeing persecution in Russia. And despite a number of potential drawbacks of that age, being the child of immigrants, being Jewish, and being a woman, Yetta succeeded because she ignored obstacles. And she focused instead on the opportunity that she had been given to be brought up here in the UK and in her very own extensive potential. Yetta Frazer, my grandmother, became the first female barrister in Leicester, and she practiced at the bar until she was 80. And on every visit that I made to see her, she reminded me of a line in a poem by Robert Browning. A man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? It's a line about believing in your ability to succeed, taking advantage of the opportunity to realize your potential, and never, ever being afraid of failing. It summed up her life, and it is my guiding principle in this role. And I've recently turned, as Andy mentioned, to the particular issue of potential in the context of the industries that I represent. And this week, I've been setting out, along with the Chancellor, how I think government can and must realise the potential of our creative industries. And what potential there is. Our arts, our musicians, our film and TV, our design, our production, our literature, project our values and our excellence as a country on the world stage. They enrich our lives and they make it worth living for countless of people across the country, indeed across the world. And despite the enormous success of these industries and their indisputable status as a true British success story, I think we're just scratching the surface of what is actually possible. Working with industry, it is in our gift as a government to create conditions where our creative industries thrive for generations to come. Conditions where careers in the arts are not just accessible to a privileged few, but are a mainstay of local economies all across the country. One where those industries are a true vehicle for social change and a driving up force for levelling up in our towns and cities. They already account for 1 in 14 jobs in this country, and there's absolutely no reason why those numbers can't grow even further. And the only way of getting there is through a bold and coherent plan, working with the industries themselves. What I set out this week was a vision for how we nurture and support creativity in the UK from people's first day at school to their last day at work. It comprises a range of measures for young people to help them discover and nurture their skills at school, or through T-levels, or through apprenticeships, or through boot camps. Then we have targeted investments to help people when they are ready to start their own creative endeavours, with investment from early-stage game studios, grassroots music venues, and other creative pursuits. And then, for those businesses, entrepreneurs, and artists who are ready to mature, they will find help and support to enable them to break into new markets, develop their ideas from prototypes, take them into products, and access really key mentoring expertise. I believe that there is a huge appetite across our creative industries to grasp these opportunities. Implementing the vision, we believe, will grow the industry by a further £50 billion by 2030, support 1 million extra jobs by 2030, with a pipeline of talent and opportunity for young people. And when I spoke about levelling up, well, this blueprint has levelling up at its heart, because what we're also doing is funding creative clusters to stimulate that local growth, provide opportunities for creative education, and to train people in creative careers. At the same time as helping us realise the potential of these industries and maximising the opportunities that exist, the vision that I set out last week is also about preparing the UK for the challenges of the future. I know when Andy joined the RSA from the Bank of England, he said that the RSA was best placed to tackle the challenges from technology to longevity. And these are among my priorities as Culture Secretary, because we need to prepare our sectors for leading the way in responding to challenges like those posed by AI. Understanding what it means for creatives and copyright holders, understanding how it can be harnessed as a force for good. And I really appreciate that no government has all the answers to how we maximise potential. It is only by working with great minds, like the ones in this room, that we can solve the enormous challenges that we face. And that's why the creative industries vision that I announced this week brought industry together with government. It was a truly joint collaboration. with particular support from Sir Peter Bazalgette and the Creative Industries Council. And that's why we need to continue to engage with all of you to help us realize the potential of our country. I've often thought that the way we solve problems is not just about what we do, but who we collaborate with to achieve it, and whether we do so in the belief that it's possible at all. I started by telling you a story about a remarkable woman called Yetta, and I wanted to leave you with a story about a remarkable man called Hyman. Hyman also believed in potential, and in particular, in people's potential. He was the headmaster of a technical college in Leicester, as well as being Yetta's husband. A few years after I'd been elected as an MP, I received an email out of the blue from one of his former pupils, who wrote to me and said, "Your grandfather was one of the most inspirational people in my entire life. Although he was a scientist, he recognized in me a youthful artist and did everything he could to set me on the path with the aims that have shaped my career. He had a huge part in shaping who I have become. My career has been as a costume designer in film and theatre." Dr. Hyman Fraser joins Harold Pinter, Ridley Scott, and Franco Zeffirelli in having had a major influence in my development as an artist and as a person. But in fact, your grandfather was the first of those influences. I tell this story because I believe in the power of potential and opportunity, the power that believing in someone can have on their life. And I think everybody in this room, all of us here, in different ways, has an opportunity to harness the potential of others, to shape lives, to nurture talent, to foster success, both in industry and as a nation. Whatever can go right is much more likely if you have the right attitude and belief in potential. And even if we don't achieve what we have set out, we should still try. Because as Yetta would have said, what's a heaven for? This celebration you are holding today of the most imaginative and optimistic new thinking about the future for people, places, and the planet is something I am totally delighted to be a part of, working with you and for you. Thank you.
Lucy, thank you so much for that. For those at the back, there are some seats here at the front if you don't want to sit on the floor. Can I pick up, Lucy, on some of the fascinating points you raised about the unlocking of potential in the creative industries, particularly, set out in the vision document. £50 billion, million jobs, what's not to like? The question is how? So what barriers need breaking down? What initiatives need putting in place to realise that potential by the end of the decade, which is not that far away, actually?
No, it isn't. And the interesting and exciting thing is we're already on the way. So because of a huge amount of work that some incredibly brilliant and committed people have done, we are already unlocking some of that talent. So we already have clusters across the UK. Some of that already started or funded by government, but it's not about government. It's about a collaboration of everyone together, and that is the key, because government can't do it on its own, and industry benefits from the support of government. So we did create some clusters previously. Government put in £59 million, but the really interesting thing about that is that leveraged £250 million from the private sector. And so that's what we're building on. So we're going to create 6 more clusters. We don't know where they are, but they are going to be a collaboration between What we need is we need government, we need local government, national government, we need universities, we need industry, we need finance. Everybody needs to work together. So that is how we will unlock the potential of any particular area.
Fantastic. And as part of that, we'd all agree, as with any sector, it's about the people.
Yes.
And it's about the skills those people have. And as a country, we know we have a skills deficit. What can we do you think, Lucy, to fill that skills deficit as it pertains to the creative industries? One of the fantastic things about the sector is it straddles the skills spectrum. It's not all high-end, it's right down to people making sets and working in restaurants and bars. And,
totally, yeah.
How do we break down the skills barrier?
So first of all, you're totally right. There is a huge range of jobs in the creative industries. I think I read something that said there's 590 jobs. And it doesn't matter, like when you think of the creative industries, you think about actors and producers and directors. I was at Pinewood last week. I saw people doing modelling. I saw construction workers who are specialising in building the set. You need lawyers, you need accountants. So you need a huge range of different skills. So what the plan seeks to do, and this isn't just a job for DCMS, my department, it's also a job for DFE, and I'm working very closely with Gillian Keegan, the Secretary of State for Education. But it's also, there's some role, well, massive role, not some role, massive role for industry itself. So what we are trying to do, I mentioned, so first of all, you will have, some of you might have heard the Prime Minister, the Chancellor announced wraparound care at the budget, and part of that is going to help women go back to work after they've had children. So I think, actually, this is an opportunity for the creative industries. What are we going to do in this wraparound care time? So I'm working with the creative industries as to how do we fill some of that time, inspiring young children and to be interested in the creative industry space. So just like lighting their fire as to the things that they might be able to do. So that's sort of the start of it. I mean, there's other things as well, like music, and that's really important. But we need to make sure our T-levels work for industry. We need to make our apprenticeships don't currently work for the sector, because then people don't come in and work for a year necessarily, for example, on a film. So we need to unlock that issue. And then, as I was mentioning, we need to support everyone through their journey, help them, mentor them. And there's a massive opportunity for people who are already in jobs, but they might want a different job, so boot camps. But the industry plays a massive role because the government can't train these people. The government can't put on these courses. The government can't show them the fabulous things that are happening at studios across the country or in our game studios that I've been to. So industry needs to, and it is doing, but can do more to help people on their journey.
And just on the, one of the things that came up this morning, Lucy, from the panel, we discussed a bit the early years, the educational journey, and what more needs doing at the very start of the pipeline to attract that interest, to attract those, to build those skills. And we do see, you know, it's great you're working with Gillian on this, but many of the arts and humanities courses we're finding are in decline. The number of pupils taking them up, whether it's drama or design, is falling over time. How do we turn the tide on that so that the pipeline is there from the very earliest of years all the way through?
So we do need to do that, and there's a number of ways of doing it. I mean, I should stress, because we do, the creative industries are really important. We do need to ensure our children are also good at maths and the sciences, and they're not exclusive to, I mean, they are critical to the creative industries as well. So this is a pot that needs to be filled with all these things. And of course, another area of my job is sport, and that's really important as well for a whole variety of reasons. So we need to interest people at a young stage, and we're going to do that. We also are building up specialist schools. So we've got the Brit School, we've got the London Screen Academy. I was last week at the National Film and TV School. fantastic institution. So when I was there at this school, which is a sort of a post-A-level school, they showed me the credits, an amazing promotional video that they had. They showed me the credits of everybody who'd graduated from their school, and the number of people who are on award-winning shows, films, is just phenomenal. You know, we are world leading in this, but we need to continue to do more.
Let's go and collect some questions from the audience on this theme of how best to unlock the potential in the creative industries. I think, sir, your hand was up first, so we'll just wait for the mic. We'll go there. Yeah, we'll start here. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Nasmus. I'm 21 years old, and I co-chair One Young World's Content Champions Initiative. So one of my questions would be that what's the next steps or immediate steps of your government in helping young people like me, and also inspiring young people around the world on how they can take the creative sector as a platform so that they can create greater social awareness amongst people of what sort of actions can be taken on an individual basis. And that can be through the social media or the mainstream creative industries. What's the immediate steps or action steps the government might be taking to create a more socially aware world for the next 50 or 100 years?
Big question, Lucy.
Yeah.
How long have you got?
So I am constantly impressed about how socially aware our young people are. I go into a lot of schools. Going into schools in my constituency is the thing I enjoy the most. And the range of questions that I get about social issues, I am constantly amazed by. And these are questions that are coming from young people. But I do think that we do, my department funds social action, so young people understanding social action, getting more involved in social action. But I do think we have a world at the moment which has never been more socially and politically engaged. And I think it's really important as a government that we, this is less about social action and more about politics, but I think it's important. We need to make people understand what we are doing as a government in everybody's area, why we're doing what we're doing, and communicate it well. And often I think we are distracted, sometimes by the media, on stories about things that aren't about what we're doing. It'll be more about what's going on behind the scenes, and I think that's sometimes unhelpful to how people view the world.
Fantastic. Let's go here.
My name is Ian Wigston, but this question actually comes from a lady called Liz Brandt, who's the chief executive of an organisation called Control Shift. We were here earlier in the week discussing education passports, but her question is about in what ways is the government supporting the arts and creative industries to foster innovation and economic growth at home and on the world stage into our future AI-enabled digital economy?
Golly, there's a lot in that. So government is investing in the creative industries in the most significant way. So we have invested £250 million in the creative industries since 2021. We are world-class in creative industries on the world stage. I was at Cabinet the other week and somebody said, the fact that we are world-class in this, that we have the skills and the talent that we have, it's not by accident. We have created that significantly through tax breaks that we've given to these industries, but also the collaborative working. So we've just announced 77 in the announcement that we made this week. We've just announced 77 million more to support the creative industries. Another thing that you asked me about was AI. So AI is a massive opportunity and a massive threat to the world as a whole. And as a government, we've just published a strategy on AI that's been led by a different department, by DCIT, my predecessor in my role, Michelle Dollerton. And it's an area that the Prime Minister is absolutely focused on, because AI is happening whether we like it or not. And if we, the UK, do not get ahead of this game, everybody else is. So we need to make sure that we are absolutely focused on this. AI for my industries is a little, well, it's a challenge and opportunity, and a lot of people talk to me about the challenge. So for rights holders, it's a challenge because, for example, the music industry are really worried that all their talent, their creative talent, is going to be scraped and mined, and they're going to lose the benefit of their creative work. So the IPO is currently doing a study working with the industry on a code of practice. So hopefully that we'll get to some resolution in July on that. But AI is also an opportunity, so I'll just tell one story. So I was at a games factory last week, and this brilliant woman who was an animator was showing me how she moved the character around to, you know, let it do what I was doing. And I said to her, are you worried about AI? Because it was just occurring to me that, you know, machine learning could do this. And she said, well, actually, we do use AI already, but it does all the boring things, all the repetitive things. And so I can spend my time on the new and interesting moves that we've not thought of yet. So I do think we should look at this as a challenge and an opportunity and be at the forefront in the UK.
And one of the most inspiring things I've seen this year, actually, was on the stage a month ago. Peter Bazalgette was giving the President's lecture. He brought 4 or 5 Createch entrepreneurs with them. They spoke about what they were doing. It was unbelievably energizing and inspiring. So, huge opportunity there. We'll get the question here.
I've worked for 8 years in the subsidised theatre sector at some of the world-class organisations that you've talked about, the National Theatre, and I'm at the Royal Court currently. And I worked through the pandemic, which was a really difficult time for the arts, and I've experienced firsthand how that recovery is ongoing, how the people in the sector have left, and how a lot suffer from burnout. And it's great to hear how there's a promise to work with the education sector to get people more interested in the arts. But once early career makers get into the arts, how does the government plan on supporting them when everyone is experiencing such an under-resourced sector and still recovering from what has been a real state of recovery because of the pandemic, with people not interested in the arts or paying for the arts in the way that they used to?
So it's a really important sector, the theatre industry. I just, if you hope you don't mind, if I just reiterate something, because so you mentioned COVID and the problems that were facing theatres. And at that time, the government put £1.57 billion into a culture recovery fund. And what that enabled us to do was to keep industries like the theatres open, so they did not collapse. And I've met a lot of, very lucky to have been to the theatre quite a few times in this role. I love the theatre. And I can't tell you the amount of support and recognition that we've got from the sector for that £1.757 billion. And I don't think the rest of the public have really realised the significant support that the government has given to the theatre sector and the orchestra sector. And so I hope you don't mind me just mentioning that. One of the first things that I did as Culture Secretary was to help persuade the Chancellor and make him see the benefit of continuing the tax credits that the theatre, orchestra and museums had during COVID, and he continued them. And what I hear from the theatre industry is that has been really, really significant. In fact, this has never happened to me ever before as a minister. Someone sent me some flowers to say thank you, and someone else said she cried when she heard the announcement. So look, we can do more to support your sector, and probably every sector in this room. But the government has really supported the theatre industry, and we will continue to do so.
2 more questions. One here and one, this gentleman's been very patient, and then we better wrap up.
Thank you, Lucy, for a really inspiring talk about the potential within the current generation of children and unlocking their creative potential. I share your love of the arts and would have become an actress but didn't have the courage, so I became a doctor instead.
It's an obvious route, really.
Much easier. And I've spent the last 20 years in the front line of the NHS as a paediatrician, feeling increasingly despondent, working in a hospital that I was picking up the problems for much wider issues in society. So 4 months ago, Michael Marmot stood on the stage you're standing on and presented the data that for the first time infant mortality has gone up in this country, that the life expectancy of women living in the poorest areas of the UK has gone down. And only earlier this afternoon, Henry Dimbleby spoke about the fact that 23% of children in school are on free school meals and have a household income of less than 7,500. So the point as a paediatrician is that in order to unlock someone's potential as a child, they have to be fed, they have to arrive at school not hungry, and they have to feel safe and secure. And we're living in a time where, because of the political decisions made by this government, people are poorer than they've ever been before. So I find it a little bit difficult to talk about unlocking the potential of this generation of children when we have a generation of children with the worst state of mental health, worst state of cost of living crisis, and actually feeling more insecure than ever about simply being fed.
So the challenges that you highlight are extremely complicated, and I don't think you can just... I think it's very difficult to say there's a very simple answer to the issues that you raise. The cost of living is something that the Prime Minister, the challenges that people are facing with the cost of living, is something that the Prime Minister, former Chancellor, has identified as something that's absolutely fundamental that he needs to resolve. Does anyone know how much the government has spent in the last period of time since COVID on supporting families who are struggling with the cost of living? Does anyone want to guess how much it is that the government has spent supporting the people you're talking about at the bottom end of society to enable them to get by? Does anyone want to guess how much it is? £97 billion we've given to people to enable them to pay their heating bills, their energy. It's a significant amount of money, and the government doesn't have any money other than your money, and we need to spend it wisely. So I totally agree with you. Children need support, and they need food, they need a good education, and those are the things we need to provide them. What the Prime Minister has done is it's very hard to help everybody, and he's tried to work out a way that we can target. And we spent £97 billion doing that, and we will continue to support people. And that is very, very important. And there's a range of other measures as well that we're putting in place in order to help people. We've just been through a pandemic. We're fighting, Ukraine is still fighting a war, but I can assure you that the government is still thinking about all the issues that you highlight.
Thank you. Final question here. I'm a fellow of the Landscape Institute. For anyone who's not aware of our industry, we're the UK Landscape Architecture Accreditation Body, and some of the projects include the London Olympics, Manchester City Centre, and the Sheffield Master Plan. We're one of the major green industries in this country, but we're running into a really big skills shortage constraint. We only have a membership organisation of 6,000. That's including chartered landscape architects, students, and those training to be landscape architects. So my question for you, Lucy, is how do we tap into the young talent that you're talking about? Because actually most people have never heard of what landscape architecture even is. Now our organisation has been trying to promote this through the Student Ambassador Scheme, but because of our numbers and because a lot of practitioners overworked, most practices that head over the walls getting their own projects done. How do we actually tap into that? How do we actually realise the green industry, and how do we actually go from old Keynesian economics into a future where the green industry is actually the future, especially when you're trying to meet your carbon net zero targets as a government?
So this is so it's a question about skills, and actually, you know, you're talking about a very important sector in relation to skills, and we need to support so many different types of industries and get people to get the skilled, best skilled workers. I represent a constituency in Cambridge, and within that, I think I have the most interesting constituency in the country because I have biotech, I have agriculture, I have horse racing, I have retail. I mean, I have everything that everybody would have. I'm sure I have architects, and it's a perennial problem. Is how do we get people skilled up? And in fact, it's not just coming out of university. It's most of the people who are going to be working in jobs in the next sort of 15 years are already in a job. So how do we upskill them? And that's what we are looking at on a whole. But it's working with industry. The government can't solve all these problems. It's working with industry to do that.
Thank you again, Lucy. Not out of time, I'm afraid, not be able to. Maybe some other time. Because we're over time, but I can't resist, Lucy. One last question. Theme of the day, what could go right? Leave us with an optimistic thought about the creative industries or about the economy for us to seize onto and at the RSA run with them and make sense of.
So I'll leave you with one of the most interesting things that I think about the creative industries. So, we talked about when you think about creative industries, you think about film, TV, and then I talked about some other things like model making, which you might also think about, or, you know, construction workers or lawyers. So that's sort of stage 1 and 2. Actually, there's a third stage, because the creative industries are the R&D for other industries more broadly. I'm going to give you 2 examples about how fabulous the creative industries are. So the first example is that the 3D technology for gaming can do things like do an assessment of complex structures like the human body. And as a result of that, you've probably heard about the surgical arm robotics that are being used to do operations. UCH are doing those operations using this 3D gaming technology. And they can do it at 4 times, so they can do prostate operations at 4 times faster the rate of a surgeon at the moment. So someone mentioned about children being healthy. We're cutting the NHS backlog down by using technology created by the creative industries. There's an example of a fabric maker in Devon who, so you think of fabric and fashion. This company has made fabric that can travel at faster than the speed of sound and has helped the latest trip to space by NASA. That is the creative industries. So what can the RSA do? What the RSA can do and is doing is to bring these exciting companies together, industry collaborating with universities, with other industries, with government, use all your expertise across the field to build these clusters that we're building across the country, because it's only through that that we will harness these industries and create 1 million new jobs and make this industry grow by a further 50 billion.
Please join me in thanking Lucy Frazer.
Thank you.
And we're doing just as Lucy says, actually, on creative industries. This report, State of Creativity, from our new partners at the PEC, available outside for those interested. It sets it all out very clearly. And last, by no means least, don't go anywhere. Be back in 2 minutes. We have a fantastic panel coming up on how we regenerate our economy, a topic already spoken about. Thanks, everyone.
Shall I go in the middle? Boy, girl, boy, girl.
Yeah, let's do that.
Exactly. Would you like some more?
Right.
Thank you, I would.
Let us recommence. I know this will be drifting in as we go along.
Thank you.
Listen, we've assembled, as you can see on stage, an absolutely stellar panel to discuss one of my favourite topics, which is what to do about the economy, and indeed how to regenerate the economy. So we have Shevaun Haviland, Director General of the British Chambers of Commerce, familiar to many of you, all of you, I'm sure. Seb Payne, newish director of Onward, formerly, of course, of the FT, and of course, finally, to my direct left, Jo Swinson, former leader of the Lib Dems, now director of Partners for the New Economy, doing amazing work to support how we rethink our economic model. Amazing panel, massive topic. They have come with all the answers. And to kick those off, let me pass the floor straight across to Shevaun.
With the answers. Has everyone got a pen? Yeah, right, let's go. Thank you very much, Andy. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon. Yeah, what can go right? What a great and optimistic title for us all. And clearly, after a prolonged period of economic uncertainty and challenge, it is definitely a moment to be looking forward to that. I don't know how many of you know the Chamber Network very well. I, running the British Chambers of Commerce, represent the 53 chambers of the UK, spanning every region and nation. We represent 60,000 direct businesses, but of course, we talk to many, many more than that. And what I think is our best kept secret, the 80 British chambers around the world. So a truly global network who themselves represent millions of employees, as we do in the UK. And the best bit of the job is getting to travel the UK and meet the businesses of our country. My UK geography is a whole lot better than it used to be, I can tell you that. And through because we represent the voice of business to government, we do that in two ways. So we have the UK's longest running economic survey. It's been running for 30 years, quarterly economic survey, 6,000 businesses a quarter, so used by the Bank of England, by the Chancellor and latterly the IMF. But actually going and talking to businesses and hearing from them directly and their stories is what I really use when I go and talk to the Chancellor and the PM and the Secretaries of State. And of course, they start by telling me the list of challenges. So, you know, coming out of COVID, we had huge increases in price of raw materials, shipping costs, difficulty in getting people, and then Ukrainian war, massive rises in energy bills, and now, of course, inflation, which has been like #1 concern for the 6th quarter in a row in our economic survey. It's the first time it's been the #1 concern in 30 years. So, you know, a huge range of challenges. But what then they also do is move on to, but you know what, Shevaun, I'm thinking about this thing, or I'm opening something new over here, or I'm expanding my product down there. And actually, it is inspirational. It is inspirational to go and hear them. So, a year out from, and I'm taking bets on the date of the general election, Seb here tells me quite confidently it's 18 months out.
Not sure how confident that was, but sure.
Because everyone loves the January election. Yeah. So let's go with soon. So, you know, time is of the essence. Year out from a general election. What we are doing at the Chambers is we've just launched a big campaign called Where Business Belongs. We are inviting people to join us and work in partnership with government to look at the key economic challenges of our time. And we have got 5, which we did agree was a good number. Seb's got 5, so let's hope they're the same ones. So, digital revolution. Who here has had some good amount of time on Chat GPT? Who's had a go? Okay, all right, that's a good number, good number. Our president at the Chambers is Baroness Martha Lane Fox. She's obviously, you know, knows a little bit about the world of digital. And she very much says everybody, all business leaders need to have a go at it. She writes a column in the Sunday Times, and
And she asked ChatGPT to turn her column into a website and a podcast. Wow. And it took it 6 minutes to do it. I mean, you know, if you're in the knowledge and information business, it's quite scary. So, you know, how are we harnessing the power of that for our businesses and our economy, but also how are we ensuring the safeguards and that no one is left behind? Some more questions. The second is people and work. So one of the main reasons that we are, you know, that is driving inflation is the tightness of our labour market. We have 1 million open headcount across the piece, and it is the #1 thing, apart from energy bills, which is getting slightly better, that people say to me, I just can't get people or people with the right skills. So the importance of focusing on skilling up our workforce and getting those who want to work back into work is the second one. The third is green innovation. So we've just published our report. I chaired an advisory group on business for the UK's Climate Change Committee. This was about what business need to do to step up to solve this huge global problem, because, you know, if the world's on fire, nothing else really matters, does it? What can business do? What can government do? And how can we fix that together? Because we have to do it together. But the point here is one of optimism and positiveness, which is about, it's a huge opportunity for UK PLC. Products and services, you know, of this market, McKinsey estimates is about $1 trillion to the UK economy by 2030. You know, we like to say the first trillionaire will be a green entrepreneur. So how are we seizing that opportunity? Fourth is global Britain. So post-Brexit, with all the things, geopolitical issues that go on around the world, the US's Inflation Reduction Act, what is our place in the global economy, and how can we make the most of our incredible innovation and talent to make sure the UK is the place where global businesses want to invest? And then lastly, you know, something that I know is very close to Andy's heart is the future of the high street. So I use the word high street because it's a sort of bellwether, it's an indicator for effectively our local communities, our places, and how they feel and what they look like, and how our high streets are really struggling and how we can bring that back to life. So, you know, just to finish on that with a couple of great examples. So 2 weeks ago I was in Cornwall, I was at the spaceport in Cornwall. Unfortunately, the rocket was on a tour of the UK. So my husband was a bit like, it's like going to an airport without any planes. I mean, what are you looking at? Anyway, that was really exciting. And then the Eden project, where they've dug a geothermal well. They're going to heat the whole of the Eden project from September. Unfortunately, they can't heat the rest of the community because they can't get access to the grid until 2036. We'll come back to that. So in Cambridge, in Huntingdon, I met a business. They have invented, this is world-beating IP, they have invented a microchip made out of graphene, which is carbon at 1 atom thick. It is 10,000 times more conductive than a normal chip and uses a tenth of the energy. And that is, you know, invented in the UK, and they are manufacturing in Huntingdon. So those are just two examples to say there is incredible innovation and optimism around the UK. That innovative, can-do, entrepreneurial attitude, we want to bottle it and we need to turbocharge it. And I think optimism is a really underrated leadership quality, actually. I think you know, somebody described me once as not so much rose-tinted glasses, but rose-tinted brain. But I'm owning that now. So I think optimism and innovation is where we're going to be.
Fantastic. Shevaun, thank you. Seb?
Well, there's going to be a coconut for everyone in this room if you can remember the 5 things, not just of Shevaun, but of my 5 things, of Keir Starmer, of Rishi Sunak. And I think somebody once said, why is it 5? Because 3 sounds insubstantial, 10 is too many to remember. So everyone always ends up just plumping on 5 for some reason. So to go to the essay questions set by the RSA and Andy, and as I said before we came on stage, sitting on stage and asking about how you regenerate the economy with Andy Haldane is the sort of things that brings people like me out in nightmares. And I will try not to make too many errors on this. So I'm going to talk from a centre-right perspective, because that's what we do at Onward. We see ourselves as the leading centre-right modernising think tank. We were started in 2018 after Corbyn sort of came dangerously close to winning the 2017 general election, and it was felt the centre-right was lacking in new ideas, lacking in some pep, and so it was started by a bunch of people who have got a lot of experience in think tank, a lot of experience within government, and ever since then we've had a quite clear view on the economy and on our politics and how we regenerate it. Those of you who remember the 2019 election, you remember Working to Man, which was identified by us, and more recently we've done work on antisocial behaviour. But above all else, what Onward stands for, and was one of the reasons I was so attracted to leave the Financial Times to work there, was its focus on levelling up. Now, levelling up as a term, I think, is absolutely the core of how we regenerate the economy. The slight problem is we've been going for about 3 years, and it's still a slogan in search of an answer in some respects, and that's no disrespect to the very chunky white paper, which I think is... Who's read the levelling up white paper in this room? Okay, that's okay. I was waiting to see if Andy put his hand up there or not. That again, this shows you're in good company with good friends here. But levelling up as a slogan came out of the 2019 election, and it came out of a political thing, not an economic thing. And I think this is at the core of why we need to address this, because Boris Johnson was trying to find a way to speak to all those people who'd voted Conservative for the first time and had voted for Brexit and felt that the British economy, British society was not working for them. And the problem with the word levelling up in some respect is, to a lot of people, it's saying, well, you're down and you need helping up, and in polling and psychological terms people don't necessarily like to be told that. But ultimately, we're 4 years down the tracks, levelling up is with us as a slogan for the same thing that Harold Wilson tried with the new towns in the 1960s, Michael Hezel tried with the Development Corporation in the 1990s, New Labour tried with the regional agenda in the 1990s, David Cameron and George Osborne tried with the Northern Powerhouse. It's all the same fundamental problem, which is Britain is overly centralised, it has an economy that is too much focused on London and the South East, and there is huge elements of untapped potential, of wealth, of skills, of opportunity that Whitehall and our political system are not really untapping. So number one on my list is to properly embrace levelling up, because what Andy diagnosed when he did the levelling up white paper and working with Michael Gove and some amazing people within government was kind of the text of what is the problem with the UK's economy, and all the answers lie within that. They are about ending the begging bowl culture of funds, the idea that every year now we have the levelling up fund where regional leaders have to go to Whitehall and say, please sir, can I have another £10 million? And then ultimately they either get it or they don't get it, and if they do get it, it's not enough, and if they don't get it, the person next door to them will complain about it. And I was actually delighted to see Andy Street, the Mayor of the West Midlands, who came out and called this out and said this is not a healthy way to run an economy, because it's just pitting different places against each other. We've got a third round of levelling up funds that will be completely unrelated to the general election that happens next year, and we can see what comes out of that, and I'm sure there'll be many places that didn't get funds in the first and the second rounds of levelling up fund that will hope to try and get some stuff there. But I honestly think we need to sort of flip this on its head in a way, and that, you know, trying to say if these places going to if these places going to Whitehall should be going to these places and saying we can see how you need help, how we're going to help you. Don't come begging to us, because the whole concept of levelling up is about empowering local areas. It's not, and it's trying to drag money away from Whitehall, which has the constant tendency to over-centralise. And we've been going through levelling up for sort of 4 years now, and according to the OECD, we're still the most overly centralised Western developed economy, and that has not changed. And part of the challenges, shall we say, of the last 4 years of government is that when we had the 2019 election victory, there should have been a complete, total and utter focus on levelling up. And even then, it would have been a 10-year task. When I interviewed Boris Johnson for my book on this, Broken Heartlands, you know, he said to me, this is a 10-year mission. It's going to be really hard. It's going to require us to completely rewire the British state for reasons which we can put partly to the pandemic, the Ukraine war, and some personality changes, shall we say, at the top of government. That focus hasn't quite been there. So that will be my first thing, is to get this real sense from political leaders that they still believe in this, they believe in this vision. Number two, as part of that, is properly embracing devolution. That one of the aims of the 2019 manifesto from the Conservatives was to give every part of the country a directly elected mayor by the next election. And there's going to be quite some way on that, but it's not quite there. And I think that is absolutely vital. We've got new mayors coming in North Yorkshire in 2024. There's still talk about Cumbria. It's still not quite there. And we haven't quite figured out what you do for areas that don't have an obvious economic conurbation. You know, the West Midlands, Greater Manchester. They are very clear successes. The one that I'm most pleased to see is where I grew up in the northeast of England. That is an area where, you know, I grew up in Gateshead, which is literally 20 minutes bus ride, and it's taken them 8 years to agree to having a mayor with Newcastle, purely due to a rivalry of football and culture and Ant and Dec related sort of things. And so ultimately it does show that when you've got an obvious economic unit with a clear political project, where it's obvious how you can work together for each other's benefit, you can get proper devolution. But of course, it needs to go much further. And I believe very strongly in devolving some element of tax-raising powers to directly elected mayors across the country. That the way you encourage business investment, the way that you encourage places to compete against each other in an economic sense, is by having different levels. And we saw with the development corporations, you know, that is how Liverpool was regenerated, how the Docklands was regenerated, because they had ability to go above and beyond the normal places. This goes into my third thing, which is about properly rewiring Whitehall. Now, one of the things that Rishi Sunak did when he was Chancellor was to rip up the Green Book, which is one of my bête noires, which is this text that decides what it counts as good value for money in public sector projects. And of course, there's been intrinsic bias to always greenlight projects in London and the South East. Why? Because you get good value for taxpayers' money, it's going to have a good return on investment, you've got the skills, you've got the equity base, you've got the transport links. So time and time again, transport projects have just been approved in London, the South East, and not elsewhere. The rewrite of the Green Book was meant to deal with that. Obviously, it hasn't worked, because I'd point you to HS2, for example, which now, in the most ludicrous bit of decision-making that I've seen in a long time, we're still building HS2, but it's not going to Euston. Like, as we know, it's going to go to Old Common, just outside of London, and it may go to Euston by the time I reach my pensionable age, and which is not as far away as it might seem. But I think, ultimately, that shows that this imbalance we have in Whitehall between a ministry that is also responsible for raising money and spending, it doesn't work. And, you know, I think there is an argument. We've tried breaking up the Treasury before in the 1960s with Howard Wilson's Department for Economic Affairs. I related this view to someone in the Treasury that one of the healthiest things we could do in this country is to break up the Treasury. You can imagine how well that went down. But I think ultimately there is something about the structural problem of having those two functions under the same roof. And the Treasury, of course, has some of the brightest, smartest people within the whole country, just not within Whitehall, but I do think there are biases in that. This goes on to something else as well, which is about how the civil service works. And I was Whitehall editor for 7 years at the FT. Sorry, I was at the FT for 7 years. I was Whitehall editor for just over 4 years. And I think ultimately the civil service has got baked in it some major problems that are all constraining growth within the economy. One of them is it's still a pool of generalists. And the Northcote Trevelyan reforms of 1834, and again, I'm sure this room knows exactly what I'm talking about here, that set in train some of the best things about our civil service, that it's based on merit, it's based on entrance exams, it's not based on patronage, but it also baked in generalists, which I think is a bigger problem we have in this country, and it also baked in the fact that you're there for life. And I think one of the biggest missed opportunities was after the Second World War, we had the irregulars, and this is highlighted by Lord Hennessy's excellent book Whitehall, which allowed a much greater revolving door between the public and private sector. I would like to see that door spinning constantly. I think this idea that you either go into Whitehall and you stay there for your whole career, and if you leave, that's it. It will be much, much healthier while maintaining impartiality, maintaining merit, to have a much greater flow between the two, because this sort of two cultures thing is a major problem. Number 4, for me, is accepting that we do actually need pro-growth measures. And I'm here to praise Liz Truss in a very specific and limited sense, in that she did highlight, despite, you know, the whole thing that happened with the mini-budget, which we'll move on from very quickly, that we do need to have some major supply-side reforms. We were delighted at Onward to see the childcare reforms, which were highlighted by the IMF as one of the reasons we are not going into recession within the UK. We need supply-side reforms more on childcare. We need the same on housing, and of course give the caveat that we need to make sure that, of course, they're there with the right infrastructure in the right places where local people do want them. But we need to go further with railways and roads. We need to go much further on trying to put, in my view, rebalance funding from higher education to further education. If you looked in the leaked documents from Liz Truss's growth agenda, nearly all this was in there. What I'm frustrated about, coming from a slightly different strain of conservatism, so we see one that quite likes sound money, but on that strain of, you know, I think the pro-growth agenda has been seized by a particular wing of the Conservative Party, and people on the centre-right have to get that back. And my final 5th thing, before I shut up, is accept that we need to properly embrace science and technology. I studied computer science at university, and I realised quite quickly that I was not very good at it, which is why I went off to do something that I might be a little bit better at. But what it did see to me is that the background then of C.P. Snow's 2 cultures is a much bigger problem we have, that when I lived in America, everyone I met had done a degree, which might have been a liberal arts degree, but would have had a science element. When I go around meetings in Westminster and Whitehall and say I did computer science, everyone looks at me as if I'm some species from an alien planet. You know, someone in politics who did computer science, which is still seen as a very weird thing. We have to deal with this. We've been trying to deal with this demarcation since the Industrial Revolution. And with AI and with science and tech, we've got a much bigger revolution coming up. In our recent report for Onward on generative AI, we said that 19% of all jobs are going to lose half their economic value in the next decade. That is a much bigger disruption than anything we saw in the Industrial Revolution, and we can literally see this thing coming. So I think a lot of the stuff the Prime Minister is doing to seize on this is great, but we obviously need, again, to go much harder and faster. We need to finally get on with the Oxford-Cambridge arc and build some houses and build some infrastructure to boost that. We need to be looking at a proper MIT of the Northern idea that's been kicking around Conservative circles for a while, a university with a full technical education with government fundings, probably based in Manchester. And ultimately, if we take those 5 things, they can go a lot of way to regenerating our economy.
Very good. Seb, well done.
Oh.
Very rich. And Joe.
Thank you very much, Andy. You know, the task of how to regenerate the economy, I suppose there's different ways to interpret that. So is it just going back to where it was before? Do we think that the way in which the economy was in the past is just quite right? I would argue that we need perhaps a slightly different way of thinking about what we mean by how to regenerate our economy. And I'm going to pray in a Doctor Who for this. I think we need a regeneration of our economy that is much more similar to the regeneration that happens whenever we get a new Doctor Who. We need something that looks and feels quite different than what we have already. And I don't think currently within the political space there is a lot of that thinking going on for, I will say, understandable reasons, because I recognise the political challenges of making that bold case. And like Seb, I actually agree with Liz Truss on one thing, although a very different thing than the thing he agrees with her on. I think she was right to say that economic orthodoxy is a problem. I really think that we have got in a rut in terms of the way we think about the economy in our country and within the Treasury and within government and within the media. And we are not in the same place that we were several decades ago. You know, the challenges that we face as a country, as a world, are different, and our economy needs to catch up and evolve and fundamentally change to be able to help us solve those problems and meet those challenges, many of which we've heard about from other speakers today. I think it is also another kind of case for not just going back to what we had, is that we've, you know, across the political spectrum, it's been recognised that what we have isn't working. You know, we've heard about the levelling up agenda, absolutely driven from a political perspective, but recognising that so many people in this country think that the economy isn't working for them.
that was just the latest kind of soundbite about it. I mean, Theresa May, her first speech on the steps of Downing Street, actually, I kind of challenge anyone to disagree with it, talked about the burning injustices of the way that our society works, but actually you can go back, you know, look at Ed Miliband talking about pre-distribution. You've got, you know, so many people have diagnosed this problem of what is not working, so we shouldn't be trying to create the same economy that we had before and make the same mistakes. And I think one of the things that needs to be fundamentally different is about a mindset, is about what we value and what we measure. And you know, the current idea that GDP is a proxy, a good proxy for progress, for the health of the economy and of our society, I think has passed its time. Yeah, as we heard from Partha Dasgupta, it tells us some useful information about economic activity, but it doesn't tell us about economic well-being. And so we're kind of chasing a goal that isn't even going to, if we reach that goal, necessarily give us what we want, because what we want isn't really rocket science, right? People want to be healthy and thriving. They want that for themselves, for their families, for their immediate neighbourhood and their communities. And I certainly think we also want to do so within a planet that's, you know, not on fire, right? Because it's all very well to have prosperity today, but if we know that our children are going to be cleaning up the mess and, in fact, you know, living through horrendous crises at an increasing rate, then we're not going to feel good about that either. So I think we need to go beyond GDP as a metric, and Partha Dasgupta talked about the idea of having wealth, a properly inclusive definition of wealth. That's one way to do it. I also think there's a very compelling concept that Kate Raworth created called the donut. Now, I know I'm conscious it's like tea time and I'm talking about donuts now, so if you can try not to get too hungry. But the donut economics is a very simple concept. So you imagine two rings. The inner ring of the donut is the floor by which the minimum standards that you don't want any people to fall and to undershoot, and that is things like basic housing and healthcare and access to water and food and security and basic rights. You want that foundation socially to be created for everybody that's living within your society. And then the outer ring of the donut, so if you imagine a kind of bigger circle, that is your planetary boundaries. You know, we're living on a planet, we are biological beings, we are part of natural systems, and there are limits to what our planet can sustain. And they have rather helpfully been codified by an excellent Earth system scientist called Professor Johan Rockström and his team at Potsdam. And there's 9 that have been identified, and we're overshooting on many of them. And of course, climate change is one of them. But, you know, climate change isn't even in the top 3 of which we're overshooting, which might be more of a surprise to people who aren't familiar with this concept. So we're right to recognize that climate change is a massive threat, but it's by no means the only one that we're facing. We also are at the fastest rate of species extinction since 65 million years ago, which is a time period I'm currently very familiar with a 4-year-old who is encyclopedic about all the different dinosaurs. And it is quite scary to recognize that kind of link that we have in that time span, because we haven't been hit by an asteroid that has blocked out the sun for, you know, significant chunks of time. We've done this to ourselves. And so we really need to be thinking differently. And of course, the idea of donut economics is that your goal is to get into the middle of that donut. You meet human dignity, and you do it within the confines of what the planet can sustain. And that is a totally different challenge than maximizing GDP. Totally different approach is required to how you do that. And that's what we need to do. And we also need to think of this on a different time frame. Because when we're only ever thinking about, you know, next month, next quarter's, next year's GDP figures, or if you're in the business community, the quarterly reporting and those results, then we're not going to have the long-term approach that we really do need. And politics is in a massive problem with this as well, because we have elections every, whether it's 4 or 5 years, it might be close to 5 years this time. We obviously went through a period where it was every couple of years and kept coming along like buses. But, you know, that short-termism is baked into our politics, which is a real problem. They've done a really interesting thing in Wales, where the Welsh Government has created a position called Future Generations Commissioner. And the first one, Sophie Howe, has just finished her 5-year term, and they've appointed a new commissioner. And she was set up with a department of researchers to be able to analyse what the government was doing, and then to really act as a conscience. She didn't have executive powers, but she was able to call out. The government needed to listen to her, and she was able to say, no, actually, this massive road building project that you think makes good economic sense in the short term doesn't pass the future generations test. We should think about it differently. So I think we need to think long term and have a different goal of success. And what would that look like? What would be different? Well, I've got a few examples just to try to bring it to life a bit. I think we are moving to a stage where we need a much more active state. It's not like the state does everything. Markets have their place. But the kind of problems that we are facing are problems much more of cooperation than competition. And we saw that in the pandemic. How are you going to create a vaccine in record time that had never been done before in basically a year, which is what happened? Well, you don't do that by just leaving it to the competitive market. Yes, companies played a really important role, but so did governments very actively, both in investing and also looking at how the regulatory structures needed to change. So we need an active state investing in the future and recognising what is going to be needed, yes, in terms of skills, but also in terms of what industries we're going to need. And that doesn't mean investing in new fossil fuels in the North Sea, which I have to say, it's like beyond comprehension. You know, Seb said the government needs to listen to the science. Absolutely. Don't have new fossil fuels. I mean, even the International Energy Authority, that is not known for its kind of progressive views, says that new fossil fuel extraction is simply incompatible with the Paris goals. We do not need new fossil fuels. We need a total shift and transition away from that. We also need to be multi-solving. So if we only focus on carbon and net zero, we're going to miss the opportunities to try to create solutions that help with social problems at the same time, or help with the nature degradation problems at the same time. So a massive retrofitting of homes and buildings in this country can be good for work, can be good for skills in the economy, but also help save people money on energy bills and make sure that we are using less energy in the future. That kind of solution is where government should be absolutely investing and not being kind of dragged to it. We need to focus on the real economy. At the moment, and this is partly the centralisation agenda and the kind of fating of London and the South East, but we are far too focused on a kind of financialised economy and thinking the City of London is what creates the prosperity for our country. It's not. We need to be focusing on the businesses that are the members of the Chambers of Commerce up and down the country, the real economy, the people's lives, the services that they are using, and making sure that more of the investment that exists, more of the lending that happens, is going to that real productive activities that are going to make people's lives better. I think we need a change of mindset in business. I think it does need to be a force for good. I think many businesses are, but we've got kind of addicted to this shareholder model where it's all about those quarterly profits, and it's not about how is this business embedded in the community and treating its workers well. I mean, we treat labour purely as a cost. It's a good thing if you can cut wages because your profits go up. I mean, like, why is a business that is doing something useful, providing something that people want, solving a problem, paying its staff well, not wrecking the local environment, but staying the same size every year, why do we not think that's a successful business? I mean, at the moment, they need to be sort of growing and increasing and so on to kind of get that mark of success. But actually, if you are doing something useful and doing so in a responsible way, we should be celebrating that as success. And then the final major change, I think, is about how we think about care. And perhaps that's where we should reflect the most as we come out of the pandemic, which was, of course, a major care-related crisis. And, obviously when we were in the midst of it, it was a very specific set of challenges. For those of us that have small children and had to double up work with homeschooling and childcare responsibilities at the same time, I suspect we all have a newfound and even enhanced view of the qualities and skills of teachers. But, whether it was social care, whether it was the people who were those essential workers that we clapped for on our doorsteps. I mean, is it not astonishing that we did all that? And that was only, 3 years ago, 2 years ago? And now those same workers are in a endless dispute with the government because the government is saying, no, you've gone through that and we won't even make sure that your wages keep pace with the rising cost of living. I just think, have we learned nothing? So we need to think differently about how we value care. And I think that is true in terms of paid care, absolutely, but also in terms of the huge amount of care that doesn't even figure in economic figures, but is the fundamental basis of our economy. Our economy would be nowhere if we didn't have people doing childcare and elder care and actually caring for one another as friends. You know, we're in, you know, the figures on mental health are well understood. It's a massive, massive problem, rising mental health issues. Loneliness is a major issue. So, you know, the care that we give to one another, having the time to have that care as friends, as neighbours, the type of solidarity we saw again in the pandemic, you know, 750,000 people signing up to be volunteers to support neighbours with shopping or getting prescriptions. You know, that kind of solidarity doesn't appear anywhere in the economy figures, but it's absolutely crucial, and indeed care for our environment. So I think we need a much more fundamental rethink. And I know that you want optimism, so I'm going to end on a note of optimism, which is this. Our economy is not some kind of you know, law of physics, right? The way that it works. It's not one of those kind of sciences where there's just some magic rule waiting to be discovered. It is a creation by people. We have invented it. We get to decide the way in which it works. And that means that we can redesign it. We can make it work a different way that will meet the 21st century challenges. And that's why I think this calls for optimism.
Amazing. Now, the downside of having three amazing speakers giving amazing answers, we're out of time. And no time for audience questions, I'm afraid. We've got Rebecca being piped in from the west coast of America. But I will just go down the line and ask for one. So I'm going to give you all one wish for regeneration. One policy wish from your rich menu. Shevaun, what would you pick?
So what we know, and what I know, and what you know, because you see it every day, is strong local businesses means who look after their people, because they do, and care for their environment, because they do, means strong local communities and strong society. So the business support, financing our businesses, supporting our businesses to grow, and as I did say to Andy and Michael Gove, when we talk about levelling up, the Chamber Network have been doing levelling up for 250 years. So let's use that structure and let's help build thriving local businesses.
Brilliant. Seb.
Echoing off the back of that as well, I would either slash or scrap entirely business rates for small and medium-sized businesses.
That would be very popular.
That if you think of your members, if you go across the country, you know, right now, because my view is the British state is both overwhelming and overbearing and underwhelming at the same time. And if you're a small business who's trying to pay your energy bills, your business rate, your rent, everything else, the government could do so much to make them much more dynamic and much easier to grow.
Every time we suggest that, they say, how are you going to fill the £21 billion hole, Shevaun?
Which is a very good question, but Andy didn't actually ask that. He just said, what would be your magic wand?
True.
But we would need to fill it somehow.
What's 21 billion? Joe?
And I think we should stop judging success by GDP. We should judge it by whether we get into that donut.
Please join me in thanking our Taylor Supergroup, right? Amazing panel. Shevaun, Seb, and Joe. Right, again, do not move. We have a treat finishing off Rebecca Solnit on this stage, actually not on this stage, in America, but beamed into this stage in about 3 minutes' time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Hello everyone again. We are in the home straight. I can almost taste the ethically sourced Pinot Grigio that I'm planning on having in the vaults in about half an hour. So this is our final session of the day. Before we go any further, I really would like to take a moment to say thank you to the RSA staff and volunteers who've been working obviously here today, but also for weeks and weeks in the run-up to make today such a fantastic event. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have a round of applause for the RSA team. Now, they don't come any bigger than our final guest. I can't tell you how many people have said to me at various points today, including speakers on stage, how excited they are about our last guest today. A long-time climate activist, a prolific writer and campaigner. Her most recent book, Not Too Late, draws together her own writing and essays by some of the most exciting names in climate campaigning. In her words, difficult is not the same as impossible. Please welcome, remotely from California, Rebecca Solnit. Rebecca, it's so lovely to have you with us. So many people have stayed on to the end of today's event, especially to listen to you. In your book, you say it's all about storytelling. What do you mean?
Every crisis is partly a storytelling crisis, and it's not only the stories. Obviously, we need to stop burning fossil fuel and electrify everything and so much more. But part of why we're not doing what we need to do is a story problem. People think it's too late. People think we don't have the solutions. People think we don't know what to do. People think no one cares and feel very isolated when in fact the great majority around the world do care, and a lot of people are trying to do something. And then finally, people think that and it probably was true 20 years ago, that we live in an age of abundance and this requires austerity. But even 20 years ago, you could argue we lived in an era of austerity, because living in a filthy, polluted, politically corrupted world where the fossil fuel industry has so much power is a kind of austerity. Austerity of hope, austerity of breathable air, etc. And we could enter an age of abundance if we do this transition right. So then there's so many, there's other stories about who's responsible, about what each of us can do, etc. So many of the stories, if you change them, people feel more empowered, they feel more hopeful, they see what can be done, they see what's being what people are doing now. So we came to change the story.
In Not Too Late, I'm going to talk to you in a moment, if I may, about the extraordinary dream team that you've assembled for this work. But first, if I may, would you read us an excerpt? We would love to hear from you. I think very happy for you to choose from any section of the book that you think it would be important for people to hear.
I'll just read from the introduction. It is late. We are deep in an emergency, but it is not too late because the emergency is not over. The outcome is not decided. We are deciding it now. The longer we wait to act, the more limited the options. But scientists tell us there are good options and great urgency to embrace them while we can. An emergency is when a stable situation destabilizes, when the house catches fire or the dam breaks or institution implodes, when the failure or sudden change or crisis calls for urgent response. It's when it becomes clear that the way things were is not how they're going to be. Some days it can feel like you're the house that caught fire, but you might also turn out to be the firefighter or the water. You might even be the other interpretation that comes along to say some structures should be burned to the ground because they were prisons or miseries. An emergency can involve terrible loss, or it can bring about magnificent transformation. And while it's unfolding, the outcome can be impossible to foresee, or it can depend on what you and we do. The word itself comes from emerge, to exit, to leave behind, separate yourself from. So an emergency is when you exit from the familiar and the stable. We are now doing that on a planetary scale, exiting the stability and reliability of the delicately tuned systems of seasons, weather, relations between species, even the shape of the world for the past 10,000 years, as oceans draw new coastlines, lakes dry up, glaciers melt, and natural and human communities shift and migrate. It is an exodus into the unknown, and our task is to make a home there for ourselves and for the nature from which we were never separate.
Thank you. Your words are beautiful and resonate right across the Atlantic to us here in London today. I mentioned you assembled a dream team. Of course, this was never designed to be a book. This was a movement, a website. It was probably going to be a lot of activity on social media. Just tell our audience here how it ended up as a book.
Yeah, the wonderful sort of climate justice activist Saket Soni was in town, and I organized a little dinner party for him. And there was a go-round in which everybody talked about what they were up to. And I said, well, I'm trying to be a better climate activist, so I'm stopped writing books, and we're launching this project. This was a little over a year ago. We're launching this project called Not Too Late as a small intervention to try and bring people hope, empowerment, better frameworks, better facts about climate. And the entire dinner party just kind of looked at me and politely rolled their eyes and said, Rebecca, that needs to be a book. And I was like, oh, okay. And it was very funny. I think I was having some bad Protestant moment in which I thought renunciation was devotion, because I like writing books. I like making books. It's mostly what I know how to do. So by the next morning, my wonderful publisher, Haymarket, had agreed that it should be a book. And my collaborator and dear friend, Thelma Young Lutuna Tabua, and I were off and running.
Perhaps we could talk about Thelma in a moment and her family, because there's a beautiful chapter in the end where she talks about the ultimate act of hope for a climate activist being to have a child, and she and her other half have a beautiful little boy who was born, I think, as this book was being produced. But let's talk a little bit more about that dream team. How significant are the contributors, and just how diverse are they in your book?
It's a majority people of color, majority women book, although our white men are wonderful too. And Thelma herself is such an interesting kind of geography in relationship to climate. She grew up in Houston, which is one of the oil capitals of the world, both in terms of finance and actual filthy refineries and extraction, and fell in love with a fellow climate activist, Fenton Lutuna Tabua, the leader of the Pacific Climate Warriors and indigenous to Fiji, moved there, is based there now. And she had a remarkable 2022. She put her first book together with me, and she had her first baby. I hear a lot of people who are not so deep in the climate world saying they're afraid to have babies because it's such a terrible time. But one of the striking things about it is a lot of people who are central to the climate movement are having kids. A number of my friends, May Bouvet, who's the head of 350, Jamie Henn, one of the fellow founders of 350, Fenton and Thelma. There's a little climate, not quite a baby boom, but there's definitely a lot of cute little people in climate world right now. And Thelma's, who I get to see again next week because they're coming back to visit her family. Thelma is one of them, or Thelma's wonderful son, Anders, is one of them.
It's an interesting idea, a really powerful idea. It's such a natural response for any species, and we've been talking about the wildlife and humans in interaction today. But this idea, I mean, we're programmed in some sense to reproduce, and this idea that we shouldn't, or that there's a sense of guilt attached to it, I find fascinating as a parent myself. Does that come from a sense that you wouldn't want to bring a child into a world that you are so fearful about the future of, or that there's a sense of guilt that we shouldn't be populating the planet further?
And what's interesting to me is when I was young, there was an environmental argument that we first world people so overuse resources, we shouldn't have children. And of course, I grew up in the shadow of all the misinformation about overpopulation, which was usually racist pretenses that the sheer numbers of humanity mattered rather than how much we consume. You know, the top 10% of humanity has a bigger fossil fuel impact than the poorest 50%. Oh, I didn't mean to say top, the richest they're definitely not the top. They're the dregs, but they're, but they have the biggest impact where we do. I think I might be in there somewhere, but doing my best with my heat pump and, it's clean electricity, et cetera. But so whereas now people worry about what the future will hold. And, I don't know that it's ever been entirely secure, and people had kids when nuclear and all-out nuclear war seemed like a possibility during the Cold War, not, during the war when we weren't sure we would defeat fascism, etc. And so I think it's a supreme act of hope, but it's also a supreme act of commitment by people who are already trying to make the best future we can, determined to make the best future we can, not for everyone, but also for their own kids now. Although plenty of people, including me, I think are pretty committed without having kids.
Sure. We've tried to focus today here at the RSA in London to look at some hope, to talk about what could go right. How do you best counter those mainstream narratives that have been telling us it's too late or too expensive to tackle climate change effectively?
Those narratives serve the status quo. They basically say don't change anything, and the status quo, of course, means the fossil fuel industry and its huge profits and huge harm. It is not too late, and that's not me, a literature major telling you that's the top scientists in the world. Here's the UN's top climate official this spring saying it's not too late. The IPCC clearly demonstrates that it is possible to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees with rapid and deep emissions reductions across all sectors of the global economy. So it's not too late. We have the solutions. We know what to do. When we look at the wildfires in Canada, the toxicity of fossil fuel politically and at every phase from extraction to use, we know that the world can be better. We know that, and we know what to do. And so much of it is underway already. We are in the middle of an energy transition, not contemplating the beginning of it. And that's something people don't realize. I think there are a lot of situations where the people on the inside realize how dire it is and the people on the outside don't. But climate, to use the donut metaphor from before, is kind of the other way around, where the people on the inside have already adjusted to the hard facts of the ecological crisis and the oceans absorbing heat, et cetera. But they're also very engaged with the possibilities that what we can do, how to do it, the ways it's being done, the benefits of doing it. And as I said before, there was a period where it was imagined, because renewables were expensive and inadequate, that it essentially meant austerity. But I think it could mean abundance, but we would have to rethink what abundance meant. It could mean strong communities, clean air and water, healthy people, healthy food, equality. I think that we're currently poor in hope, poor in confidence in our social systems and our natural systems. What would it mean to be rich in all those things? So I think we kind of have to change the questions to do what needs to be done and change our definitions of what well-being and abundance look like.
You say we have all the solutions we need from the wind and the sun to create all the world's energy. Isn't storage still an issue when we aren't using them on demand?
And those problems are being solved in a lot of innovative ways. I didn't really fully understand how profound the energy revolution is, because most of the news stories are solar is this much cheaper than last year, wind is this much more widely implemented than 18 months ago. And so there's small increments of time. If you look at, from 2010 or the year 2000, it's a full-on revolution. So I realized that a while ago, and then more recently realized, oh, and we're at the beginning of the revolution. Storage problems are being solved in any number of innovative ways. Since we don't need to get to 100%, but close to 100%, the idea of using some other methods, including hydropower as kind of backup, exists. But I'm both dismayed, like most of you probably are, by the news about the state of the planet, but also incredibly excited about what's being done in response. Every week there are lots of reports on new battery materials, so we don't have to go after the rare earths, new storage technologies, including ones that are either using very common materials or using other things like gravity, pumping water uphill with excess sun or wind, letting it turn turbines downhill when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing, heat storage, etc. And these are all soluble problems, and we need to proceed at top speed to implement renewables while continuing to solve the problems still involved, because we have to make this transition swiftly. We will make it because renewables are now the cheapest, best ways to power everything, or almost everything. But if we do it slowly, the damage will be so much greater than if we do it swiftly. And that's one of the things that's so important to convey.
Your voice is heard powerfully through your writing, but I think you are also a protester. And I'm curious to ask you, what do you feel about the impact of direct action? In this country, we've had a change recently in the laws around protest, which has been controversial to say the least. In this country, there are whole swathes of society who would think of Extinction Rebellion and Insulate Britain as swear words, frankly, because of the inconvenience that they've caused to people closing major arterial roads. And I'm just curious to know what you think the role of direct action is, particularly in a country like ours, where protest is to a certain extent being prescribed.
Well, I think they wouldn't ban it if it wasn't having a huge impact. And in a weird way, it's a testimony to how effective it is. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't ban it. And I doubt they ban it because they're so concerned about convenience per se. They're concerned about impact, including impact on the public discourse. And I'm glad that the US Constitution gives us some protections under the First Amendment to keep protesting. I'm a bit horrified what's happening in the UK with the loss of some of those freedoms, although of course they get compromised in many ways in the US, including police violence and right-wing violence. And then I think it does have a huge impact, even though it's not often direct. And we call it direct action, which often makes the protesters themselves and people expect if you protest something on Tuesday, if they don't fall to your knees and give you everything you demanded on Wednesday. It didn't work, but it works often in very indirect ways, raising the issue, bringing public consciousness to it, sort of discrediting or exposing something that's been normalized or invisible, like the fossil fuel industry. And as for convenience, I think one of the ridiculous and pathetic things about our age is how much convenience, whether it's the convenience of burning fossil fuels, the convenience of doing everything the easiest way instead of the most meaningful way or the way that benefits the whole. Convenience is such a hobgoblin, so often cited to justify the unjustifiable. And, yes, having your road blocked is inconvenient. Having your village destroyed by a typhoon, having an entire town burned down in British Columbia with heat and fire as never seen before, having more than 80 people die in the California town of Paradise in a firestorm, more like World War II bombing than a natural fire. Those things are more inconvenient.
A point beautifully made. We've talked a lot about young people here today. Do we put too much responsibility, Rebecca, do you think, on the next generation to save our world? Is it making young people stressed and depressed? And if so, how do people our age help to alleviate the pressure?
Well, I can say the moment that this winds up, I'm bolting out of here to go camping with fellow members of Third Act, the group Bill McKibben founded after founding 350.org with 7 undergraduates, which was always pretty youth-oriented. There's a weird way in which people say, oh, the young are so amazing, which is basically, fuck you, you do all the heavy lifting, you do all the work. I think that young people have felt really abandoned, partly because they don't always know that a lot of other people have been doing a lot for climate for a while, but also because the burden is thrust on them with praise as a kind of sugar coating. And so Bill founded Third Act with Third Act is about the third act of your life, about people over 60, with the sense that we often have a lot of power and resources and a lot of responsibility. And I think people of all ages have responsibility. I think that, you know, many people in my generation, I'm 60, in my early 60s, did something, but not nearly enough, because we knew that we knew in the late 1980s, we knew in the 1990s, you know, there should have been a gentle curve of transitioning off fossil fuels. Now we need to have the dramatic steep curve. And so on the one hand, I love seeing the ferocity, the commitment, the passion of the young. On the other hand, it's everybody's responsibility. And I think that when we talk about the youth also, there's a real sense of betrayal by the powerful. You know, the US government is essentially a gerontocracy full of people in their 70s and 80s, and older people hold most of the power. Older people hold the fossil fuel corporations. So there is something generational about it. And I think we need also a lot of visibility from older people. I think older people should be out there protesting and getting arrested and blockading, you know, doing the rest.
I want to let you go camping, so I'm only going to ask one more question. The book is called Not Too Late, which suggests hope, which is why we're here today, because Andy and the team at the RSA want us to think about and talk about what could go right. What is going right in your world, in the world of climate activism?
And so many things are. The energy transition is underway. The public that 5 years ago was fairly oblivious is really engaged. Most surveys of both the UK and US public show the majority of people not only know climate change is real, they take it seriously, they want to see action on it, they want to see money spent on it. I think we need to give people better versions of what they can do beyond personal virtue. I think they need better choices about energy transition, about politicians you can actually vote for and feel good, etc. So, but it's not too late in the sense that we're not going to make it as though climate change never happened, but the best case scenario is so much better than the worst case scenario. Every 1/10 of a degree of warming matters. Every 1/10 of a degree we can prevents things from getting worse, particularly for people in the Arctic, the global south. Vulnerable people, agrarian people, poor people, etc. And so there's nothing more worth doing. And I think we're morally obliged to it. We have an obligation to the future. We inherited a livable world. We must pass it on. But it's also work that I find it meaningful and satisfying to do. And I think I'd feel a lot more anxious and miserable if I wasn't doing it. So I invite everyone to come on board, because it's the best way to face trouble is to do something about it. And finally, I want to wrap up with a little parable. I followed the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans in 2005 very carefully. And among the things that made a deep impression on me, the day after the levees broke, as was foretold, it was not a natural disaster, because no disaster is entirely natural. There was bumper-to-bumper traffic of people with boat trailers trying to get into the city. Nobody trying to put their little fishing boat or pleasure vessel into the city underwater thought they could rescue everybody. Everybody thought that maybe, possibly, they could rescue somebody. And I feel that's always the spirit in which we have to live. We can't fix everything, we can't save everything, we can't undo all the harm. But there's always something we can do. We don't know what it is until we get there and do it, and it's absolutely worth doing. So in the spirit of those people and their boats, we have to go out there and see what we can rescue, what we can save, what we can protect. And it's an honorable way to live, a good way to live. And I think when we talk about abundance and well-being, rather than talk about efficiency, convenience, and profit, we should talk about dignity, integrity, meaning, and the joy and sense of self that come from them, that you don't do it just for yourself, but It gives you a lot to do, and it's so worth doing.
Rebecca, thank you for your wise and wonderful words. Thank you for being with us. Have an awesome camping trip.
Thank you so much.
Isn't it great? It doesn't happen often enough in life that someone else's words just put a shiver up your spine. What a woman. I can think of no better way for us all today to wrap up a day themed What Could Go Right than that session. I hope you feel as inspired as I do. It's just so energising and so uplifting. It's really extraordinary. I'm not going to keep you for much longer from the cold beer and Pinot Grigio, whatever else is downstairs in the vaults. But for a few closing thoughts, please welcome back the RSA CEO, Andy Haldane, with What's Gone Right Today.
Thank you, Julia. And I said that the drinks are wait, so I will be very brief in my thoughts. Well, first and foremost, what a wonderful day. Thank you for making it so, everyone. I'll tell you why it's been a wonderful day for me, and I hope for you. And it goes back to the words from our very first panel, from Shanaz, actually, quoting, I forget who, but the words were, "Action isn't possible without hope." And today was always designed as being about generating that hope, generating that optimism, asking the question, what could go right? We've had some fantastic answers, inspirational answers to just that question, which I hope then is a prompt for action. Action by us in this room and action by those beyond this room to tackle all the challenges we've spent today discussing. I want to offer a few thank yous very quickly to a huge number of people, starting with our speakers. I mean, we have been blessed, have we not, with an absolute feast from our speakers in this room, strewn, in fact, all around the house. So rich in content, but so rich in empathy as well. I mean, really, as you were saying, Jules, just then, shivers down the spine in pretty much every session. They have been incredible, and we are very lucky to have had them with us today, I think. Second, to the person to my right, we hadn't met until today. But Jules has not just been brilliant, she's been, I am in awe, actually. I've been taking notes most of the day about how to do it. But please join me in thanking Jules for a spectacular...
Can I just say, this will make you laugh on that note, because your praise is lavish and really kind. My 16-year-old daughter texted me a little earlier on. She's at home with our 13-year-old daughter and the dog. Just watched you on the RSA website thingy. Betsy found it. Solid work. And that emoji. That's high praise.
Listen, I'd have thought in my household, praise could come no higher than that, and I aspire to that day. Jules, none of this would have been possible without the work of many, many months of many, many people across the RSA and across our partners, the company of Cooks, and that's been true today as well. They've done so much stuff, including today, convening and organising and giving talks and running workshops and feeding and watering us and guiding us round the house. I'll say something I don't say enough, but will say today very loud and clear, which is how tremendously proud I am of them and all that they do, not just today, but particularly tomorrow, given how ambitious our agenda is. So a big round of applause to all RSA staff and company. Of
cooks, our partners. And finally, to all of you in the house, online, you've been amazing. Thank you for today. But thank you also for tomorrow, because a year ago at the Fellows Festival, we set out our plan to change the world. It went by the name of Design for Life. And now we are on the cusp of something very special in turning that plan into reality in hugely important ways for addressing the issues we've been discussing today. I could not be more ambitious or excited about the next stage of our journey. But we will only be successful as an organisation with your help. Fellows have always been at the core of the RSA and will always be at the core of the RSA and will be the difference between success and failure at the RSA. So although today's been wonderful, it's just the start of the change I know we all want to affect in the world, and look forward to working with you in the months and years ahead in making that lasting change. Very final point from me, and the most important one of all, is to say I don't like drinking alone. So for those that can, I hope it's as many of you as possible, please join us downstairs in our beautiful vaults for a drink. For those that can't, we look forward to seeing you real soon. Thank you everyone for today.
I just want to make a final point. If you've been inspired today by what you've seen and heard, tell people about the RSA. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your contacts. Encourage them to become RSA Fellows too. Let's go and have a drink.
Brilliant. You're a superstar.
Great work.
Give you a hug.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it.